Welcome along, everybody, to my watch along for day 3 of pre-season testing for the Formula 1 2025 season. It's the afternoon session, the final 4 hours of testing before the F1 season officially begins. Now, if you're new to the watch along, this is how it works. You got my face here, you got the live timings here, you got the session timer down the bottom left that you can sync on up to, and you've got the lovely Twitch chat here. We do this for every single session, for every single Formula 1 Grand Prix. So join me in 2 weeks' time for Australia. Practice 1, 2, 3, qualifying and the race, as well as F2 and F3. But yes, session is underway. Let me get the timer up for you guys. First car on track was Haas. Let's pay out those predictions. Boom. And then I reckon we get some predictions up for who will cause a red flag first. And then we'll do every team again, because why not? Even though that probably won't happen. Actually, let's do who will finish at the top of the standings. Actually, no, that one's probably like not as spread out. Who will cause a red flag first? Oh, fuck. McLaren, Ferrari, Red Bull, Mercedes. All right, predictions are up for the red flag. Go, 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 go. All right, let me check the delay of these two real quick. Oh, we haven't got the timer yet. Give us the timer, lads. Give us the timer. All right, my first time watching F1 TV. Lovely, lovely. All right, what have I missed in chat? What have I missed in chat? Yeah, rain in Bahrain was crazy. There's something I didn't expect to see. Yeah, I've never seen rain in Bahrain. Apparently, you were meant to get it in 2020, but COVID hit, so didn't end up racing there. It's both morning and afternoon in the day trial. Yeah, that's where Sainz gonna cook this year. I generally think him and Albon more easy, and I think Sainz is gonna do better than Albon, but I don't know how much. I don't know, it's interesting. There's so many cool storylines and things to look out for coming into the season. 60 laps counted, their fastest is 5 seconds down. Kind of concerning. Yeah, exactly, Connor. I don't know what's up with Haas. Williams both out in Q1. Imagine. Usually Williams is pretty good in Australia, right? On the full race runs we saw yesterday, McLaren were around 3 to 4 tenths ahead, right? Yeah, McLaren look locked in at the moment. All right, let's get the timer up for you guys. All right, timer's up, sync on up. Let me see how delayed I am. Okay, now Sky Sports' YouTube channel is ahead of F1 TV. Are you kidding me, bruh? Sky Sports YouTube stream is 10 seconds ahead of F1 TV's stream. Dope. All right, well, at least I know F1 TV works. At least I know F1 TV works now. So I'm going to go back to the YouTube stream, I reckon. Disconnect that thingy that I have to do. But at least I know it works. And I know it's probably ahead of F1 of Now TV. All right. Oh. $356. Apologies for this, guys. I just want to make sure everything's tested before OSGP. All right. We're good now. All right, what am I missing, chat? Looks very promising for Williams. I predict they will finish P7 in this year's constructors. Who do you think they'll finish behind? Behind Aston and Alpine? In the race run, Lando won by 12 seconds. By 12 seconds? It's really annoying now with F1 TV. Yeah, F1 TV, my goat. Piastri doesn't look as comfortable as Norris and the McLaren. Yeah, at least at the moment. I mean, that's always been the case, right? But it looks a little bit more off. Again, it's only testing, so who actually knows? Sup, Gabriel? How's it going? Just joined. Do we think Red Bull are in a bit of trouble? What's up, NFD does stuff? Red Bull in trouble? I don't know if Red Bull's in trouble. I mean, we got to remember they had those problems last year, and they started to fix them. I still believe Red Bull is the best team at adapting their setups on a weekend. So I think Max and Liam right now are just collecting data. They're just getting the setups right. And now with these new parts, and I think Max said that the car's more comfortable. Liam said that he's kind of happy with the car. He said it's okay. So I think they're just going to build off that this season. So we'll see how they do. Are you more of a fan of? Are you more of a Lawson fan than a Red Bull fan? I mean, Liam's my favorite driver, and you're more naturally going to support a driver than a team, right? So I'd say yes, but I mean, it's both, right? I'm a content creator for the team, and I like the team. I love both drivers. So it's a bit of everything, right? It's a bit of everything. But like, you are more connected to the drivers. Like, I'm not like, yay, Red Bull Racing won. It's like, no, Liam and Max won, Cass, what's up, dude? The Aston and Wex door flew off. It was open after the pit stop, and then as he drove around, it broke off. It was actually Haas. Dude, Haas, that's the second time. So if you don't know, in the morning session, the engine cover broke off of the Haas. The same thing happened in their test at Silverstone. So the fact that it's happened twice to them, that's bad. If that happens in a race, that's an instant retirement. Ollie Bam and red flag. Oh, is that what so he caused the one in Q1? I forgot about that. New radio HUD. Wait, really? They got a new like radio pop-ups? Because everyone was roasted? And then they're doing similar test programs than last year, right? Are you watching Few Multiviewer? No. Luke said that. Why do you watch Few Multiviewer? And I was like, oh, true. Could do. I'll give that a go at some point. For now, I just want to focus on getting everything right. Are the main ones delayed because of betting or something? I know they do it with esports. No, I don't think it's betting. I think when it's goes through a website, I think it has to be like processed and, because it's being feeded out to so many people. Whereas on YouTube, YouTube does the processing. So I think that would be the difference, why it's quicker. You can change the delay on multiviewer through settings. Right. Its default is pretty high. Ah, okay. No, I'm not watching it through multiviewer. No. I'm just watching default, but now I'm on the back on YouTube. How do you F1 TV work? If you don't mind me asking, there was a Reddit link posted in chat yesterday. Oh, red flag. What's this for? What's happened? What's happened? I hate how the Alpine sponsors on the Halo are off-centered. How's the RB21 doing? I think it's okay. I think it's an improvement from last year. We'll see how much of an improvement it is, though. What's this red flag for? How are long runs for RB21 looking? I'm not too sure in terms of long runs versus short runs, but obviously Max is in the car for the full day today, so we'll see how he ends up at the end of the day. Okay, not sure what this red flag's for, but well, I guess we'll see in a moment. Excuse me. There was a bus on track. What? 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 We've had rain in Bahrain. We've had glass on track, and now we've got a bus. I know some people are going to be like, who gives a fuck? It's nowhere near the track. It doesn't matter. It's procedure, man. Like Alex Jack said, Logan spun off there. So true. And the power outage. Fuck. Sharp. Thank you for the follow. Max not even doing a push start, but they red flagged it. That's web. That is really weird. Why is there a bus there, man? So I got power outage, glass, rain, and bust on their bingo card. Imagine. The red flags preseason testing are really weird. Yeah, it's so weird. Before the season started, I was like, man, what's the first thing that's going to happen that's just like, yep, typical Formula One. Now we've had 4, sorry. I mean, power outage seems pretty normal, but it's also like not, I don't know. It's just weird, man. So wait, what was the time Signs did yesterday? Was it a 29.3? Was it a 33? 30.3 or 29.3? Must go for that record. So payback all the channel points as a team was not to cause the red flag. No, we'll go until a team causes one. And if a team doesn't cause one, then they go away. 29.3. Okay, so everyone's 1.5 seconds off those times right now. But yeah, obviously at the end of today's session, when it's cool, I think we're gonna see a lot of qualifying runs, I reckon. You can tell Andreas still is so proud of his team. Haas out first again. Did Rebel Racing bring the upgrades they were talking about? Yes, actually, let's take a look at those while not much is happening on track. Actually, no, we'll watch the on-track action and talk for a bit, and then we'll have a look through Discord. But yes, Red Bull have brought the upgrades that they said they were going to bring. I haven't looked at them properly yet, but it seems like they've got this really interesting cooling outlet on the engine cover. As well as like a little inlet on the nose, I believe. What the fuck is that door on the Aston, bro? Yo, you alive? What's up, Rishi? I am alive. We'll be live for all of the afternoon session. But yeah, did anything happen in yesterday's afternoon session / yesterday's morning session that was interesting that weren't in the highlights? I mean, we had obviously had Signs at the top. We had the Haas engine cover blowing off, causing a red flag. Was there anything else? I don't think there was much else really. I mean, I'm sure the highlights would have showed it. Anything that went under the radar. I want to know why McLaren added the chrome to their merch, and team kit, but not the car. Pedestrian halt. Yeah, I saw that in the morning sesh. Has Haas like given up or something? Yeah, I don't know what's happening, man. Again, I know it's only testing, but they're so far off. At least we're ahead of Gasly right now. Lol. Is Gasly in this session? He is, right? If Gasly finishes ahead of Behrman and Ocon, that means Behrman and Ocon have finished bottom 2 in every session in all 3 tests. Liam crashed thinking about his favorite streamer Pondon on his long run. Oh, imagine. Haas has a lot of new engineers, performance engineers, and only does long running. Really? Is that 100% for sure they're only doing long runs? Maybe, to be honest, maybe this is smart. Maybe this is smart from Haas. Last year, their qualifying was fine. Remember, Hulkenberg and Magnussen kept making Q3. Maybe they want to use all this time to focus on race pace, which would be smart. Bank a USC card of the 8th and F1 next week. Let's go. What's the card next week for USC? Ferrari McLaren looks like within a 10th of each other, but Red Bull is still mysterious. What do you think about that? Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about the testing times right now, it's hard to tell. I think McLaren, if I had to order the teams right now, I think McLaren are favorites. I think it's interesting, right? Because word in the paddock is Ferrari is the weakest of the 4 teams right now. The top 4 teams right now. But testing times show that Ferrari is probably second best. Merc have been somewhat of a surprise, but we all know that their car's very inconsistent. So they might just be good at Bahrain and they show up at another track and they don't understand why they're good, why they're bad. And Red Bull have been, obviously Liam's had a lot of time in the car. They've also had a lot of issues with the car yesterday. So yeah, we'll see how Max ends the session. But right now I'd say it's McLaren. I don't know. It's hard, man. It's really hard to tell. We're not going to know until that first qualifying in Australia. And even that's qualifying pace, just because, say, Ferrari out-qualify the Red Bull Merc, maybe their race pace sucks. McLaren looked very difficult when the temps came up. Also, it's been very cool for the rest of the session. So who knows? Yeah, exactly. I love it. Every team has their pros and cons, or their strengths and weaknesses. Pierre versus Ankalev, Gaethje versus Fazeev. That's good. Bahrain is cold as fuck right now, so what if Merc falls off as soon as the temps rise? Yeah, exactly. Borderline had a big issue this morning, in case you didn't know. He was in the garage with the doors up for a while. Really? Okay, see, I didn't know that. Excuse me. I did obviously watch the morning session, and they haven't uploaded the highlights yet, so maybe they'll upload them soon. They haven't uploaded any videos today, actually. What the fuck? When you're logging into an account and your password's just like a weird password and you're like, why? Who are they talking to right now? They're the Ruth? I thought she came from Alfa Romeo. I didn't realize she was at Ferrari before that. There we go. Signed in finally. They're saying it's easy to fix quality pace opposed to race. Can change more fundamental issues here, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Bahrain is caught. Wait, I read that. Also, Norris struggles with the rare a lot. Seems the anti-dive is too much for him as testing progress, which is kind of weird. Yeah, I saw that clip of him this morning, really resting the car. Also, Norris struggles with it. Wait, I read that. State is hosting an event where college students are supposed to build medium-scale models of F1 cars. Sounds fun. We'll mostly try that out. When you say state, you mean like, yes. Right, okay. Is it not F1 in schools, is it? The Red Bull looked very lovely through 7 and 8 earlier. Their slow speed corners look great. Maybe the new nose, which is apparently more similar to their 2022 aero philosophy. The slow speed corners look great. Yeah, it's weird how Red Bull used to be the team that was like really good in the slow corners. Then over the last couple of years, they kind of went more towards the straight line speed. Maybe they're going back towards those slow corners again. That Racing Bull looks stunning. Oh, absolutely. So slightly funny story. Racing Bull's obviously livery was the best, and my reaction to the Racing Bull's livery reveal has done insane on socials. It's my most viewed clip on YouTube Shorts. It's my most viewed clip on TikTok. And on Instagram, I forgot to post it on the day. that the deliveries drop, just because I don't really post like stream clips to Instagram. But Instagram added a new feature which allows you to post Instagram Reels not to your page. It just goes out to the Reels tab. So I did that for all my car reveals. Anyways, last night, it's obviously been a week or over a week since the car reveals. Last night I posted to my profile. And I think people it still pops up on some people's feeds who follow me. Anyways, the head of brand design for Rebel Racing saw it because she follows me, and then she like reposted on her story and like added all the VCarb designers and was like good work or whatever. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool, but it's also weird. Like, I mean, it's a cool clip obviously because I'm absolutely gassing up the VCarb livery, but I'm also like, bro, these guys are just like looking at me react to their work. But man, the livery is so nice. Like I've met I got to meet the guy who made the VCarb livery, so the Racing Bulls livery this year. I was in his car going to and from the Grand Prix in Austria, and I got to chat to him a little bit about like his thoughts behind the RB logo and stuff like that. And he's such a nice guy, and like you can tell he really cares about branding and graphic design. And you know, he was like he showed me their Singapore livery that they were making. He showed me the Singapore livery before it came out last year, the one, the jeans one. And he was like, dude, I'm so happy with this. And he's like, what do you think? And I was like, I actually really like that. Like the zip coming down the side. It was so cool, you know what I mean? And you can just tell, like, he just wants to, I reckon he's the type of guy, like, if he could make a special livery for every race, he would. And I wish more teams kind of gave permission, maybe is the right word, or like, I know there's also like ruling of how much you can change your special livery or not, but yeah, sometimes I wish teams gave people like that more like free will to do what they want, because he's so passionate, and like, I don't know, like he hasn't made a bad VCarb livery yet. The one for Miami last year, oh, the Singapore one was so nice. The Vegas one was clean, and now he's fucking dropped a banger for Racing Bulls. It's so good. Do you play F1 24? So I did on release, or not on release, a little bit after release. F1 24 is the least played F1 game that I've played. At the moment, my rig's not even like properly assembled, so I am going to get that sorted before F1 25. So yes, the answer is yes, I will be playing F1 25 this year. So who's not running today? Liam and is it Signs? Yeah, it must be Liam and Signs, yeah. Because they had full sessions yesterday. I'm always curious why teams do put drivers in for the full day. I feel like that's so exhausting. We're going up, baby. The fuck? But F1 24 is a total shit show of a game. Keep on reconnecting between races on a 500 megabyte stable of network. Really? That's weird. Yeah, network problems I feel like are always so annoying, because like you can have good internet and you just don't know why those problems arise. Why would Russell do that? The Alpines come out of the pits in front of him and he's like, yeah, let me just try to overtake him. What's the point? What is the point? But yeah, that's the worst thing about video games, right? Good internet, you're lagging, or you've got internet problem. You're like, why? My internet's fine. Could be someone downloading in the house. Could just be your internet provider having some problems. All right, most laps at the moment, Leclerc 66, but he won't be coming out again today. Excuse me. Hamilton now in the car. George was apologizing to Lewis. Yeah, I think he thought he might have blocked him, but no, there was a problem there. Formula Zero, what's up, dude? All right, let's have a look at some stuff on Twitter and Discord that's come out overnight. Let's have a scroll. Let's have a scroll. Keep Discord up on my second monitor. Sorry, keep testing up on my second monitor. All right, let's have a look. So, what is this with the Merc? Oh, we're talking about the wing coming up. We saw that yesterday. The photographer who was blocked from taking pictures of the Flovis McLaren posted them. Kyle, Lando's number one McLaren was the one trying to block him. That's funny. That's good. That's good. The class of 2025, dude. I want to know how long it takes them to do that. To make everyone miniature. Intermediate running for Haas. No, it's not an F1 game. We saw that. Today's the day Callum Nicholas's book came out. We saw that. We saw that. Aston Martin is less than a week away from officially welcoming Adrian Newey into the fold, but it's a dodged question about its other major F1 tech hire with no such certainty about when he might be able to start. Interesting. Interesting. This is interesting from Lego. I read this yesterday. Formula One and Lego Group is set to inject even more fun into the sport as they unveil a next range of products. And their plan for packing race weekends with activities for every age of the fan throughout the 2025 season. So basically, they put out this big press post, which I read. It says next range of products, but they don't mention any new range. Like, obviously, the Duplo, the Lego City ranges, the Technic, and the Speed Champions, they've all been announced. I don't know what that is about. Maybe it's just like the release of them. But they talked about how at a select amount of Grand Prix this year, there's going to be Lego fan zone activities. So like a Lego, I think they're called a pit stop shop or a pit shop pop-up. And then all Lego stores around the world will have like F1 activations inside of them. There's a special live stream on Saturday at 3 p.m. where they're going to talk about the products and announce something, or there's going to be a sweepstakes. Does anyone know what that means? There's going to be an F1 Lego sweepstakes that they're announcing. And Nico Hulkenberg put out a post saying more to come, Lego X Hulkenberg. So I don't know what that means. Obviously, he's German. Lego's a German company. Maybe he's going to get his own fucking Lego minifigure, but yeah, giveaways. Oh, okay, that's weird. But yeah, I don't know. Lego. Oh, Lego's Danish. What the fuck? I thought it was German. Oh, well, in that case, I'd say that. Why did they pick Nico Hulkenberg then? Weird. Ross is the guy who reminds teacher about the homework. Oh, absolutely. What did Rebel bring for the day 3? Just a new front wing. I will take a look at those in a second. I know they're on Discord for us to have a look at. But yeah, Lego's sick. I really love the Lego partnership. No commentary, just the greatest of all time and his prancing horse. Oh, is it just a full lap? Full lap, beautiful. We have the media pen. Wait, what's this from? Wait, let me unmute the audio real quick.
We have the media pen, which it's far too close to our garage this year, so I'm staying away from that for as long as I can. And back over there, somewhere, there is our food. So I'm going over there and getting myself some food. So hope you enjoy.
Okay. Typical Oscar. We talked about that. The Rebel suffered a loss of engine. We talked about that. Max was asked about the last week's O2 booing. Max Verstappen jokes that maybe he was deaf and thus didn't hear it before making it clear that he won't comment on the subject. Interesting. Chloe Chambers' helmet. I like this a lot. What do you guys think? This is such a nice helmet. Now, Chloe is American. And I get real American vibes from this helmet. It's nice. And it also feels girly. Am I allowed to say that? I thought, you know what I mean? Like, it feels like it suits her. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't feel like aggressive and like I don't know. Like it feels like it suits her. I don't know if that makes sense. But it feels American. It feels like it suits her and her personality that she shows on Twitter. But it also feels Red Bull because she's obviously a part of Red Bull Ford. It's nice. Not American, you reckon? No, it's got to be American. Look at the stars, the red, blue, and white stars. And it's got a name there. I like it. I like it. It's clean. It's clean. Haas tweeting, where's everyone else on track? Forget your inters, did you? Haas, man, don't do that. Don't do that. I saw this comment on an F1 TikTok. This is the worst year in F1. Having this young talent with no experience is going to be terrible. The likes of Ocon will dominate them. T-Mac ult. T-Mac ult for sure. The news is out. Incredibly excited to be commentating on the Formula 2 this season with Alex Brundle. Big shoes to fill taking over Alex Jacks. I have to say big thanks to Alex for his supporting and guidance and helping me take over and to F1 TV for this opportunity. Chris McCarthy. Is he the guy we were listening to before on the highlights? Or is this someone completely new? Okay, so it is this guy. Ah, okay. That's what he looks like. I see. This is funny between Max and Lando, you know, not letting the media fucking make the stories about their friendship.
Both of you, how is your relationship now, and what attitude do you take in racing one another going into this season?
Lando, do you want to take that one first?
Yeah, it's terrible relationship. Yeah, we don't get on anymore. It's taken its toll.
Sounds tough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big drama now.
Yeah.
Big problems.
We had a fight the other day in a local pub.
We had to get escorted. I always say, you know, you should have seen the other guy, but actually he still looks good, so you know what happened.
Yeah, it's fine. I think we both look forward to more of it, more of last year, more.
Yeah, just shutting it down straight away. You know, like what happens on track is different to what happens off track. You can disagree with each other and still be friends. You can race each other hard and still be friends.
Yeah, I know they're going to be tough battles, and I'm sure some of them are not always going to end the way I want, or hopefully Max wants. You know, but we're racing drivers. We get along. We've always said those kind of things. I know everyone tries to make their own points and say what's.
The fuck was it? Why is it bugging out? This is cool. I love stuff like this, man. I love stuff like this. Isaac Hudger went from this to this.
I'm on the way, but Lewis. That's okay. We'll wave at him next time.
Now he gets to shake his hand. He's on the grid. These guys are just fans of these guys, man. It must take a bit to adjust, you know, going from them being your idols to, you know, racing against them. This is what I was talking about. Nico Hulkenberg. Lego, stay tuned. Lego and Nico Hulkenberg. So I don't know what that means. If that's just going to be like, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? All right, I linked this because I want to talk about this because Tommy brings up a really good point.
Very good point. If you're a backmark.
So, fuck. This is in reference to the Monaco FIA change.
Bernie Collins made a very good point. If you're a backmarker, you pit on lap 1, you pit on lap 2, you get your pit stops out the way, and you sit on hard tyres for the rest of the race, hoping for a safety car.
Okay, so that's what Bernie said. And I was like, oh, well, she's a professional, you know, she used to be a professional race strategist. She knows what she's talking about. Fair enough, fair enough. Tommy makes a really good point in response, though.
Hoping for a safety car.
I did not agree with that statement at all. And my argument to that would be, well, why aren't all the backmarkers pitting on lap 1 anyway? They're not doing it now, so why would it suddenly be a thing? You could use that theory of saying, well, Monaco you can't overtake, so you pit on lap 1, you catch up the pack, and wait for everyone else to pit, and you win the race. But no one's done that. It hasn't happened. So why, just because you're making it a 2-stop, why would that change?
I think it's because, you know, you are forced into a stop.
But you are now.
Yeah, I know, but you're forced into 1. I just feel as though perhaps the 2, you're not going to carry out a normal race and not pit for 20 laps if a bunch of cars behind you have stopped twice in the first few laps, because then if you have one safety car, you're absolutely screwed.
But there's any Formula 1 race. Everyone has to react to that.
Yeah, but it's more aggressively screwed.
Yeah, but that's Monaco. It's always been like that. Yes, this is going to create crazy strategies. People can do a gamble and it will force people to try something different. There will be moments where you go, you might as well. Sometimes it'll screw you, sometimes it won't.
Yeah, I don't know. I again, I'm not good when it comes to I'm not good when it comes to like full-on deep strategy and technical analysis when it comes to Formula 1. But when I heard Bernie say that, I did the good old, oh yeah, no, she's right. She's the race strategist. But now listening to Tommy and actually thinking about it, like, it's true though. Like, why is it why are we using, oh, they can just pit on lap 1 as a negative? Why didn't everyone always do that? And I mean, this guy comments, do I listen to a former race strategist or someone running a podcast? And I do agree, but I just don't understand why. I just don't understand how that first lap thing makes sense. It would change because if you do a 1 stop and there's a safety car, you're fucked. Now that 2 stops are enforced, there could be a safety car and the cars in front of you will still need to pit a second time. Wait, so, okay, let's imagine you're Ollie Behrman. You're at the back of the grid, you pit on lap 1. You go vroom, 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 up to the back of the pack. You go up to the back of the pack. Safety car comes out. Everyone pits. You then take the lead. But wouldn't that just happen normally if you put on lap 1? Wouldn't that happen normally in a Grand Prix? You put on lap 1, you catch the back of the pack, safety car comes out, everyone pits, you jump everyone. Or even if a safety car doesn't come out. I'm confused. So how does the second pit stop affect it? The only thing I can assume is it allows the driver in front to... I don't even know. I don't get it. You listen to both and make your own opinion. Yeah, that's why I'm confused. I don't understand Bernie Collins. But I also don't understand how Tommy can be right and a race strategist can't. So I don't get it. So it was about Ocon and Haas aren't going for long runs anymore. Good. It's not going to be that easy to catch the back when you're conserving hards. I don't know. It's confusing, man. We need like a proper like explanation. Like we need break to make a video on this Monaco stuff because I don't get it. Well, I don't get why people are complaining. I don't know. In my mind, I'm like, well, this should be better, right? So Williams' best time in Bahrain 2024 qualifying was 1:32. Williams' best time in Bahrain day 2 was a 1:29.8. Wasn't it 1:29.3 in the end? Yeah, 1:29.3. Wow. 1 second increase from quality last year. They are cooking. 1 corner, 10 liveries. What's this? Bro, who does that and why is it so good? Why is it a gift though? I want it to be high quality. Oh, interesting stuff. So first off, so fucking cool. Lewis, Time Magazine with the prancing horsepower. Now at Ferrari, Lewis Hamilton races to claim his place as F1's greatest. Ooh, interesting quote. Interesting quote there, because some would argue he already is the greatest. But I get what they're saying. You know, I think if Lewis was to do well at Ferrari, especially win a championship, I think he secures himself as a great, where it's not even debatable with Michael Schumacher and other drivers anymore. Right now, it's still like up in the air. Who's better, you know? So, anyways, fucking cool. Love it. But then he came out and said this, which is very interesting. Now, this is the full quote, right? I want you
Los
guys...
Angeles and like down Sunset and seeing these, you know...
I want to know your guys' thoughts on this, right? Hamilton insists Wolff's remarks doesn't bother him. He points to athletes like Tom Brady and LeBron James who've achieved success into their 40s. Now, keep in mind, this is a written article. This is a segment in a magazine, right? So what they'd do is they'd sit down for, let's say, 30 minutes, 20 minutes and talk with Lewis. And then they take parts of the conversation and mix it into a story. So Lewis didn't specifically, quote, say Tom Brady and LeBron James, but maybe he, you know what I mean? Like, it's hard to know what was actually, unless it's quoted, it wasn't actually said by Lewis. Anyways, Hamilton says Wolf's remarks doesn't bother him. He points to athletes like Tom Brady and LeBron James who've achieved success into their 40s. Don't ever compare me to anybody else, says Hamilton. I'm the first and only black driver that's ever been in the sport. I'm built different. I've been through a lot. I've had my own journey. You can't compare me to another 40-year-old, past or present, Formula 1 driver in history, because they are nothing like me. I'm hungry, driven, don't have a wife and kids. I'm focused on one thing, and that's winning. That's my number one priority. Great quote from Lewis, to be fair. That's the first time in a very long time we've heard, I don't want to say ego, but like confidence from Lewis. Or maybe not confidence, but like, what's the word you can use? Ego is more like, I will beat you. Like, I am the best. Whereas this is more like, this is what I've achieved. Bragging about I wouldn't say it's not bragging. Very self-assured. Yeah, I don't know what word I'm trying to use here. Like ego is saying like, I will beat you up. I am better than you. But if you just spit facts that are true or how you feel, I don't know how to explain it. Anyways, it's very interesting from the ego. This is ego, but very much justified. I don't think it's ego though. He's not saying I will win the championship. I am the best in the sport. He's saying, I'm the first and only black driver that's ever driven the sport. That's a fact. I'm built different. Okay, that's an opinion. You could argue that's ego. I've been through a lot. That's his personal experience. I've had my own journey. You can't compare me to another 40-year-old past or present Formula 1 driver in history. I don't know what he means by that. You can't compare me to another 40-year-old past or present Formula 1 driver in history. I mean, is he saying like, because other people haven't done it? I mean, Alonso's there, but anyways. Because they're nothing like me. I'm hungry. I mean, yeah, I mean, this is interesting. This is probably ego a little bit. You can't compare me to another 40-year-old driver, past or present, because they are nothing like me. Like, I'm hungry. I mean, is Alonso not hungry? Driven? Is Alonso not driven? I don't have a wife and kids. I mean, yeah. That's probably an outlier. I'm focused on one thing, and that's winning. That's my number one priority. Anyways, I love this from Lewis. You know, I was criticizing Lewis, I think, on Wednesday. Not criticizing. I was talking about how I feel like Lewis is very PR. And a lot of you guys in chat disagreed with me, saying, no, Lewis is himself. And this is what I want to hear from drivers. I want to hear drivers talking about themselves. I want to hear drivers, you know, giving their opinions. And, you know, this is probably the most real we've seen Lewis since in a very long time. And it makes me think, was Mercedes really that PR? You know, for years we thought, oh, it's just Lewis being PR. It's just Lewis. But maybe this whole time it was Mercedes limiting him. I watched a really good TikTok that talks about Lewis is acting different in the paddock. He's talking different. He's saying stuff differently. Is it a refreshed mindset or was it Mercedes limiting him? Now, ignoring the quote, I want to talk about how Toto Wolff comes into this, right? This is the way I interpreted this quote, right? I did interpret it the other way first, but this is how I interpret it now, is Time asked, how do you feel about people saying, like, you don't have it anymore, or you're not in your prime, specifically, like, Toto Wolff offering you a 1+1 instead of a solid 2-year contract. And instead, he's saying I think he's saying two-time, like, don't ever compare me to anybody else. I'm the first and only black driver. And then he blah, blah, blah. I don't think this is directed at Toto Wolff. I think this is directed towards anyone who says that a person over the age of 40 isn't in their prime anymore, can't be motivated anymore, blah, blah, blah. And I feel like the whole of Twitter is kind of just ran with this about Toto Wolff, which is like, I don't know, it's frustrating to me because, I mean, this is what's frustrating about media today. I do personally feel like Time have written this. We don't actually know. Again, I would love to know the full transcript of what Lewis said. But to me, it feels like Time have worded this in a way of being like, I bet you they've just presented like, how do you feel about people saying you don't have it anymore above 40? And then Lewis answers. And then in their magazine, they go and write, Lewis said this in regards to comments that Toto said, even though they didn't ask him about Toto. Again, I don't know, but that's my interpretation. And now Twitter's running with it. Yeah, you talk shit, Lewis. You talk to fucking Toto like this. Toto looks like a clown now, blah, blah. And I'm like, but nowhere does Lewis mention Toto's name. Nowhere does it say Time asked Lewis about Toto. It just says Hamilton insists Wolff's remarks doesn't bother him. they can just pluck that out their ass. So I don't know. I don't know. That's the way.
Well, we've got
Shut up. That's the way I interpret it, and it's kind of frustrating to me that people have just ran with the whole Toto narrative. But yeah, what do you guys think? Sick picture though. Sick picture. All right, we'll come back to Discord in a minute. Let's go back over to testing and talk about some of the stuff we just looked at. The fuck am I doing? Speaking of Lewis, he's out on track. All right, what are you guys going to say? The comment Lewis said really didn't sound like Lewis at all. Yeah, honestly, again, I can see Lewis saying that, but right now I couldn't see Lewis saying that. I couldn't believe it. I was like, is this fucking one of those Motorsport quote tweets? Or to be fair, Motorsport quotes tweeted it out, so I thought it was fake, but no, it was real. I guess it makes sense because you can push more on the first pit stop tire and then chill on the second after you've passed everyone who pitted for the first one. Right. So with the old setup, if you pit on lap 1, then safety car at the wrong time and you don't get to jump everyone, plus you're on old as fuck tires. With the new setup, you pit on lap 1 and lap 2 and catch up. Then a bad safety car and you can't jump everyone. You're in the middle of the pack, but then everyone else still needs to pit one more time, which will get you to the front. Right, okay. I see. If Lewis has watched this year, it'll be the funniest turn of stories. Gasly dominating well. Wow, Gasly up to the top. Still 130.4. That's 1 second off of the Williams time. He seems very self-assured, self-assurance. It's still ego, it's just more justified. I'm built different as Def Cocky. Yeah, the built different thing is interesting. That was the part that made me feel like it was fake. Like, who says I'm built different? Like, that's LeBron James. That's LeBron James talking, you know what I mean? But it is funny, though. When you look at 3 of the, like, absolute goats of sports, right? LeBron James, Michael Jordan, Lewis Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton, not so much, but, you know, that quote is like, they all kind of have that mentality. And that's what I mean. Like, so many people are drawn to Michael Jordan and LeBron James because of their kind of, like, you know, ego mentality. And Lewis hasn't had that for a while. And, you know, Lewis needs to be careful, though. And I think he knows that. He can't just come into Ferrari and start spitting ego everywhere and then end up getting dominated by Leclerc, because that would be embarrassing. But, you know, if Lewis does end up matching Leclerc or even doing better than Leclerc and winning races, like, will we see ego Lewis come back? Why does he always have to bring in his skin color? I don't want to say the wrong thing, so I won't say anything in response to that. He wasn't hungry at Merck. I think he says you can't compare him to another 40-year-old because there was never a black 40-year-old driver. I think he says his experience is so different that you can't compare him to lots of other drivers. Right. Yeah, I mean, I don't see how... Yeah, I'm not going to say anything. All I say, though, is at the end of the day, what he said is true, is facts. There has been no other black F1 driver in the sport, and what he's had to go through is very different. But I do agree, I don't see how his skin color comes into him being 40 years old. It's kind of like two different things. Unless he's insinuating that a black 40-year-old gets judged more than a white 40-year-old. But yeah, in terms of Lewis having it hard, I mean, yes, he's the only black F1 driver, and he's had to go through a lot more, specifically in the past, than others. Is 0% about Toto. I doubt Merck was in a position to limit what Lewis wanted to say. I mean, sometimes you don't have a choice, though. You know what I mean? Sometimes you don't have a choice. I'm just saying, saying black is just a fact about him. People get mad because of skin color. It wouldn't be any different if it was his nationality. Yeah, exactly. He's saying, F the haters, I'm here to drive. A lot of people cheered him for beating Alonso. I was really happy when he won his first race in championship. But his victimhood doesn't serve him well. His victimhood. I don't think they would post anything without Lewis's permission. I don't know about that. I mean, yes, obviously he's on the cover of the magazine. He's probably have a bit more say over the article than usual. But I don't know. I feel like it's one of those things where, hey, can we do an interview with you? And then you say yes, and then you kind of just have to hope that they word it right. You know what I mean? And you know, you can trust Time Magazine. And I don't think what Time Magazine has done is bad. It's more just like, let's put it this way. There's a lot of fucking numpties out there with lack of IQ and interpretation skills. But most importantly, everyone has different opinions. And I think reading that quote, it's really easy to not be like, oh yeah, talk shit on Lewis. But if you actually look at it, he never said anything about Toto. He probably wasn't even asked about Toto. They're just insinuating that this is in response to Toto's comments, which it kind of is, but it's not directly. You know what I mean? He could just be talking about, in general, pundits, anyone, Twitch streamers, talking about people referring to 40-year-old F1 drivers being not having it anymore. But then they just go, well, Toto said this, so we're just going to bring up Toto's name in the article. Bro can read Twitter news and we'll go P1 at the same time. Coded stuff. Now Lewis was doing vines. He knows youth lingo. MJ, the GOAT, LeBron just cries. What a brain dead comment has been used against him his whole life. Of course, he brings it up. Lewis can be freaking proud of what he achieved. Absolutely nobody can deny that. Oh, absolutely. Of course, he brings up his skin color all the time. Imagine the first female F1 driver. She would also bring her gender up all the time because the experience would be so different. Yeah. Anyways, again, I don't like getting into those topics because it's such a deep topic. And like, I mean, as a white man, I don't have any fucking experience to be able to like, and it's so, I don't know, controversial isn't the right word because it shouldn't even be controversial, but it's just like, yeah. So we'll move on. But I mean, I said what I want to say, which was, at the end of the day, everything he's saying is facts. So you can't sit here and be like, why is he talking about this? Why does he always say that? Well, it's a fucking fact. That's why. Leah Lie 47LR and Miss Reesefield. Thank you guys for the follows. Master E-Scooter, what's up? How's Liam and Jack looking so far? Liam's not running today. It's a full Max Verstappen day. And Duan did the morning session and finished in 8th, which is pretty decent for Alpine. But Gazzy's now gone 7/10 ahead of him. But obviously, again, different runs. Yeah. Hi from the Netherlands, Sub-Zero. Let's not forget Ferrari's also heavily PR'd. Well, that's the thing. That was the thing. I watched. That was the TikTok I was referring to. It's like, we for so long thought Ferrari's heavy PR, Merc is PR'd, but maybe not as much as Ferrari. But it kind of feels like Merc is very like PR, and Ferrari is very so far. Again, we're only 2 months into Lewis's stint at Ferrari. I'm starting to gauge Mercedes is very PR about their drivers. Like Lewis wouldn't do wouldn't do Grill the Grids and like interviews and like many of the fun videos that F1 did. He wouldn't do many videos on the Merc channel. It would just be George. Now maybe that's his own choice because he's busy and they just let Russell do it. But it was very PR. His responses were very calculated and stuff like that. Now at Ferrari, Ferrari feels very professional. They're very old school with the way they do things. You know what I mean? Like the whole wearing suits to events and like, the way they are so, Ferrari is so pretentious about their brands as a car brand. But in terms of Lewis, they are kind of giving him free win to do what he wants. He's signed with Lululemon. He's doing this interview with Time magazine. Like, even the skiing video. I mean, I know he's done that in the past with Merc, but like, we're getting a little bit of a different Lewis than what we've seen in the past. Behrman apparently broke the window. What, the window on that caused the glass? How? Oh, did they touch? How is Hulkenberg tangled up with 2 cars now? Bro, that stake onboard is so ugly. I pray for everyone who has to rock the stake in the F1 game with that ugly ass car. Oh, they almost touch. Also looks like an oil leak for Red Bull. Fuck, what is this reliability, man? We've had a water leak, we've had an oil leak. Gasly solo World Constructors Championship charge. don't underestimate the fact that Mercedes is a German company. It's a different kind of PR and restrictions because Germans are quite conservative in many ways. As a company, Mercedes want to release their clients, right? I think he's just different personality. It's not like the drivers like doing media. At Merck, Lewis could say no to those media duties. I think it's just different personality. It's not like drivers do it. But yeah, well, you read that twice. I've read that twice. Yeah, but I don't know. How do you guys feel about that? Like, don't get me wrong. Every driver should have the ability to say yes and no to certain things. Absolutely. But it did frustrate me a lot. It's frustrated me a lot as a fan of F1. Not seeing Lewis be a part of these fun videos, like the Christmas vids. You know, he's only in half of the grids because maybe he doesn't want to look dumb, maybe he doesn't want to get something wrong. You know, he's probably the driver who is the least put in social media content, and part of me gets it. Like, absolutely, a driver should be able to say no, and if you know, in his case, he's a very busy man, like whatever. But at the same time, I'm kind of like, well, that's the reason why some people
I guess
don't...
I missed a month because he is 23.
Luke Howard, thank you for the sub, dude. 23 months, man. I guess I missed a month because here's 20... Wait, you missed a month? I said you're currently on a 7-month streak, though. But either way, thank you, dude. I appreciate the sub, as always. Michael Jordan, 23. Alex Albon, 23. Thank you, dude. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. Back to what I was saying, though. Lewis not being a part of these videos and acting very PR, saying the right things in the interview, to me, it came across like I know it does kind of paint that picture of like he doesn't care or he thinks he's better than everyone else. I'm not saying I think that of Lewis. I'm saying that's the way it can come across. So when new fans get into the sport, you know, specifically outside of the British media, you know, you are going to think those things. And that's where I'm like, I don't know, is it really, you know, like, can we, I don't know. I get it, but I'm also like, I feel like, I don't know what I'm trying to say. I don't see why you can't just have some fun and some content. And I think that's one of the reasons why people look at Lewis and say he's so PR, because we don't get to see it. And this is what I was alluding to the other day on stream, is I don't feel like we get to see the true Lewis a lot. It's a very done up celebrity character of Lewis. But at the same time, I understand why, because he is the biggest in the sport. He's arguably bigger than Formula One. And you have to do that when you're that big. But then that's also why some people can say, oh, you don't care about the driving, or, you know, this, that, and the other. But then my argument to that would be, well, if he doesn't do all the silly little videos and this, that, and the other, then maybe that means that's all he does care about is the driving. I don't know. It's a weird one. Game's gone. Gasly Constructors Champion now. What's up, Rebel Sim Racing? No, Gasly's still 1 second off Signs. Williams is winning the championship this year. I'm telling you. What's he busy with? He's got no wife and kids. I mean, he's brand deals, businesses, sponsorship stuff. He's a celebrity at the end of the day. He's a celebrity. He's got fucking 60 mil on Instagram. He has more, I think he has more followers on Instagram than like almost every driver in F1 combined. I think that's an exaggeration, but still. Yeah. I saw that 3 days ago for 22. Oh, right. I guess it's just updated. It's ticked over. Do you think Max would be more careful when he will drive? Do you think Max would be more careful when he will be a father? What, in terms of driving on track, or in terms of like being PR in interviews? I think that maybe happened is that after a few years of Mercedes, he got sick of all the restrictions, that he didn't want to bother with all those duties. Yeah, maybe. It's quite unusual that people become more aware when they need to take care of children. Oh, it's quite usual that people become more when they need to take care of children. Yeah, I mean, we don't know, right? We don't know what Max's mentality is like. You never know what someone's personally thinks. If I had to take a guess, I don't think Max is going to be more careful as a driver on track. You know, like, at the end of the day, Formula One is such a safe sport. Sorry. Rewind. Formula One is so much safer than what it usually is. Obviously, F1 is still one of the most dangerous sports in the world, absolutely. But compared to back in the day, like, it is quite safe to the point where you can, like, go for a move. If it doesn't work, you'll crash. You're fine. I mean, you still don't want to risk crashing, but I don't think Max's mentality is going to change. I mean, I think back to that good old Alonso quote back at Japan when he went down the inside of 130R and he said afterwards, why you went for that move? He said, well, I knew he had a wife and kids at home and he wouldn't commit to the corner. So, you know, if that's true, then yeah, it does play into some people's minds, but I don't think it will affect Max in particular. Speaking of Max though, what's everyone's thoughts on the whole, I'm not going to miss, I can't miss a Grand Prix for my child's birth and him getting criticized for that. What do you guys think? Just genuinely speaking, because I was speaking to my housemates about it. I was like, what do you guys think? Like, you know, is it bad that he would miss his child's birth to race F1? Or is that kind of expected with the job you have? Would be a strange contrast with Leclerc being so laid back. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say Leclerc's so laid back. I think he's just kind of that younger generation. I think he knows how to do PR that feels natural. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense. He's not bigger than Formula One. That's just nonsense. Very few people have gone further in this sport. I completely disagree. Goo Devil, completely disagree. Lewis is 100% bigger than Formula One. So, people who are bigger than Formula One: Tiger Woods, Michael Jackson, LeBron James, Lionel Messi, right? When I say people are bigger than Formula One, it means not only people know who they are, but don't really care about the sport. That means they're bigger than Formula One. But also, their fan base is almost bigger than the sport itself. So, for instance, I'm a Michael Jordan fan. I like Michael Jordan. I've watched Last Dance. I've gone on to watch many Michael Jordan highlights, interviews, all that stuff. I watch Michael Jordan interviews and stuff like that. I don't watch basketball. I don't watch the Chicago Bulls. Michael Jordan is bigger than Formula One. And Lewis Hamilton is the exact same. People know who Lewis Hamilton is. People like Lewis Hamilton. They don't watch Formula One week in, week out. But when they do watch, they go, I love Lewis Hamilton. Like, take my dad, for instance, right? He was never really a Formula One fan watching Formula One. But he always knew who Lewis Hamilton was. He grew up in England. And so he grew up in England. I know Lewis Hamilton didn't exist when he was growing up. But he grew up in England. Obviously, watching sports, you know, you see the British guys, you naturally support them. So as soon as I started watching Formula One, he instantly was like, oh, Lewis Hamilton, blah, blah, and knew stuff about him. You know what he's achieved, and was instantly became a Mercedes and Lewis fan. And that's what I mean by bigger than the sport. Like, I mean, just look at his fucking Instagram following. He's got 6 times the amount of following that F1 have, that F1 teams have. The second most followed account. He is bigger than the sport, 100%. And also, what bigger than the sport means is if they left the sport, they still have, their fans will still follow them. I'm not saying, like, if Charles Leclerc quit the sport right now, he's got no fans. But what I mean is, like, Lewis can go make a movie, can go make music, can go do an interview on Jimmy Kimmel in 5 years' time after quitting F1, and people will still care about him. Whereas right now, if Carlos Sainz left the sport, I think he loses 90% of his fan base because people are watching him because he's in Formula One. I don't know. It's a really interesting space now with the social media world and social media accounts and, you know, the big growth in Formula One recently. We do follow the drivers for their personalities a lot more, so it makes sense. But there's a lot of sports where, you know, I'm trying to think of another example. Like, who's like a top footballer at the moment? Like, I don't know, Mo Salah. Right? I feel like if Mo Salah left the football, like, his interviews aren't going to get watched as much. He's not going to get as much likes on social media, stuff like that. I wouldn't say Mo Salah is bigger than football. It's hard to be bigger than football unless you're fucking Ronaldo or Messi, though. But again, it's a really rare group of people. What does the notice say, mister? Fair to Max, in my opinion, it's kind of expected. I think his child will heavily reap the benefits. Now race it pays the bills. It's if he's in a title fight. Yeah, that's what I mean. So coming back to the Max Verstappen stuff with his child. So his child is soon to come, I think, in the next few months. Hopefully, it ends up being born around Monaco time, and he's just in Monaco for the Grand Prix anyway. That would be ideal. But yeah, it's interesting, man. People are criticizing Max for coming out and saying, like, look, if it falls on a race weekend, the race weekend's my focus. And, you know, some people are saying, oh, typical Red Bull, you know, not stopping their drivers from going to a fucking birth of their child. But I don't really think it's that. I don't think it matters if it's Red Bull, Haas, fucking Williams, right? Like, these guys will have it in their contract if they have paternity leave or not. You know, most fucking companies will have, you know, will allow someone to leave and go look after their or like help their wife and partner and kid have a baby. But some contracts won't have that because they're required to be on the job when required. And in Formula One's case, if it's a race weekend, they won't be available to do that. But I'm sure they have the choice if they want to. But in Max's case, you know, you're a sport athlete. When you know, for an everyday person to take time off of work, it makes sense. But, you know, like, at the end of the day, to get to Formula One, you have to do sacrifices. And one of the sacrifices is you might have to miss your child's birth. You know what I mean? You know, some people would, I guess it's opinion today, right? Some people would argue, yeah, but it's just a sports match. You're just going to, who cares if you miss one race for your child's birth? But again, it really depends on your outlook. Like, at the end of the day, you make that sacrifice of being a Formula 1 driver, and that's something you have to miss out on. For me, I do find it weird that Max said anything, though, because now he's getting all this criticism, or some criticism from people, about this comment that he made. And I'm kind of like, well, what if the baby ends up being born on a Tuesday, on a non-race week, or on a race week, and he can go be with Kelly, he can go be with the kid for a couple days before going to race. Now he's being criticized for nothing. And yeah, for me, I feel like if it's a Friday, this is my opinion. If the child was born on Friday, I'd miss practice, go be with the kid, go be with Kelly, and then I'd go do practice and qualifying on Saturday. But I don't think I'd miss if I was a sports athlete and my job was, especially in a championship fight, you know, we're not talking about fucking, you know, Nico Hulkenberg at the back of the grid. We're talking about Max Verstappen in a championship fight. Every point matters for not only his team, but for himself. Like, I don't think I'd be missing qualifying of the race either, because that's my job and that's what I have to sacrifice doing. But anyways, I mean, that's everyone's opinion is different, I guess. F1 is no stranger to drivers having to sit out a weekend. Lewis is bigger than F1 for sure. By the way, if you're just tuning in, we're having like 3 conversations at once. So we're talking about Max and the kid. We're talking about Lewis and being bigger than the sport. You're British. You're in a very British bubble. First off, I grew up in New Zealand. I lived in Australia. And I've lived in UK for 1 year. So I'm not British. So if you're just saying all British colony countries think that Lewis is bigger than the sport, then okay, but I don't think that's the case. I don't know. I'm looking at Lewis Hamilton globally. I think Max is right. It's his job, and he's the one that will give birth. So why would he miss a GP to sit near a room and hear all the screams? I mean, it's a bit way more than that. Like, let's not underplay. Let's not underplay how important a dad plays into, you know, the birth of a child. But Barry Sheen, all the mums loved him. I don't even know who Barry Sheen is. Some old man still racing. Lance Stroll, though. Gareth Bale has 30 million more followers than Lewis. Is he bigger than F1? But football is enormously bigger than F1. Wait, did you just say, is Gareth Bale bigger than F1? Formula 1 and football are completely different. We're talking about Lewis Hamilton versus the sport, not Gareth Bale from football, where billions of people watch football, versus Formula 1. Yes, Gareth Bale probably is bigger than fucking Formula 1. Because if you go on the street, because yes, realistic, if you go on the street and go, who's Gareth Bale and what's Formula 1, more people are going to know who fucking Gareth Bale is, because football is the bigger sport than Formula 1. But we're not comparing Gareth Bale, a footballer, to Formula 1. Only Lewis, Max, and Alonso have a following that will follow to a WEC or an IMSA. I mean, I think any of the big drivers, big name drivers at the moment, like Norris, Leclerc, blah, 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 if they went to WEC, they would be followed, yeah, but how much is the question. Lewis only has 7 mil less followers, 7 mil more followers than F1 has. I thought Lewis had 60 mil and F1 had like 20 mil. Give up 36 points to someone else in the season. No driver would do that. If they're in a championship fight, yeah. Think about how many workers give up family time to get Max out there. I get why he wants to race. That's another point. You know, there's thousands of people working on this car, working on this team, and to miss a race, you'd be letting everyone down. But obviously, you know, you're obviously letting Kelly and your kid down. But at the same time, like, I don't know what Kelly's thoughts are, but considering Max has been vocal about it, I'm sure she understands and she's fine with it. Hop on the PJ real quick. Fly out, fly in. It's an individual sport. It's a Premier League match that's different. There's 11 men and 38 match weeks. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Don't know why people compare the situation with their own lives. You don't get paid millions and have obligations like a pro athlete. Yeah, exactly. That's the other thing. It annoys me as well seeing people be like, Kelly will hate this. And it's like, will she? Are you friends with Kelly? Do you know Kelly's thoughts? Because maybe Kelly's the one that's like, no. I want you to win that championship. Go. I'm fine. Literally millions on the line. Those moaning about it have no concept of what that means. Your accent, I would have thought, would have been a giveaway that you're indeed not British. Well, yeah, it's confusing. The Kiwi accent gives me a little bit of a British tang. And then living in England now, I feel like I'm like very slowly losing my accent. And then some people just are like, dude, playing video games with Americans, it's always, are you British? Are you British? No. I think anyone outside of, I think a lot of people outside of England, Australia, and New Zealand just hear an accent and go, are you British? Because Britain already has so many accents like Liverpool and Scouse, the same one, Scouse and fucking Newcastle and all those other accents. People just assume that they hear another like accent, aka Australia, New Zealand. They just think it's a British accent. Wouldn't be surprised if this is the fastest a Sauber can go. I mean, it's better than what they were doing on day one. You're underestimating how big F1 got in the last few years with Lewis not in the top. But I feel like that same point you're making proves why Lewis is bigger than the sport. Before Formula One blew up and became, in my opinion, a big global trendy sport that a lot of people know about, Lewis was a household name. I knew nothing about Formula One before getting into the sport. I knew nothing. But there was two people I knew, Lewis Hamilton and Michael Schumacher. So now the sport's blown up. He's even bigger now. He's a 7-time champ who fought for a title in one of the biggest years of Formula One. Has been at the front of the grid for how many years? 18 years? This year's F1 season will be so boring to watch. That's why I'll end up watching F1 live anymore. Wait, this year's F1 season will be so boring to watch. And that's why I'll end watching F1 live. Won't be watching F1 live anymore. Huh? That's bait. That's bait. No, I'm not even entertaining that. They definitely need to teach British English in every school. I'm tired of seeing those rusty American words everywhere. What? What is happening? Lewis is a fashion icon and is literally everywhere outside of F1. I wouldn't say Lewis being a fashion icon is the reason why he's literally everywhere, but I mean, that's an example, right? Like, people love, some people would literally just love Lewis. Like, our housemates, you know, 2 of them weren't F1 fans, and one of them followed Leclerc and one of them followed Lewis, and they don't watch F1 because they just liked Lewis's personality. They liked Leclerc's personality. She literally said, I follow Lewis because the way he dresses, and like, he's just cool. Gasly goes up to the top, 14 milliseconds ahead of Russell right now. Getting some quicker times now. The last hour of testing today is going to be really good. Where can you watch, chat? If you're in the UK, Sky Sports will stream it for free on YouTube. Otherwise, it's just wherever you normally watch F1. I also get called British to South African. Yeah, South African's weird. I personally think South Africa and New Zealand have a very similar accent. But other people say, no, I don't see it, hear it at all. Lewis is in Fortnite. Exactly. All right, guys, my nose is running. I'll be back in a second. Just gonna go give it a blow. Oh, we just had ads. Fuck. By the way, guys, we're 18 followers away from 34,000 followers on Twitch. If you haven't followed yet, please hit the follow button down below if you're enjoying the content. I'd love to hit 34,000 followers by the end of today's stream. And yeah, we do watch-alongs like this for every single Grand Prix weekend, for every single session. So join me in 2 weeks' time for Australia. Tomorrow, we're going to be doing my teammate head-to-head predictions. So we're going to be going through each team, discussing each driver teammate pairing, and who I think will come out on top in qualifying and the race. In qualifying and races, you know, the head-to-heads. And then on Sunday, we're doing my championship predictions, constructors and drivers. So yeah, be sure to tune in to the stream over the next 2 days as well. Anyways, I'm gonna go quickly blow my nose. Hurry up! I'm waiting for this ad to fucking pop up so I can play it while I leave. While I go. RA, what's up? Pierre Gasly. Dude, I swear, every single time RA comes in chat, he just calls me Pierre Gasly. Or are you referring to Pierre Gasly being at the top of sheets? Top of the time sheets. Oh, that Red Bull's real loose. I got the Lewis skins straight away. Yeah, I didn't. I regret it now. I was waiting for the F1 skins. They never came. I mean, I don't play Fortnite, so it would have just been a waste of money, to be honest. I'll be back in a minute, guys. I'm back. Yeah, I mean, I didn't see that what you're referring to specifically, but yeah, the Red Bull does look like a bit of a struggle right now. I'm back. Max, do you play Fortnite? Do you think Max has ever played Fortnite before? This man on screen right now, Luke Browning, has definitely played Fortnite before. That's a fact. Massive overstand in turn 13, understand of 14, the next lap locks up and goes off in 10. Oof. Yeah, that's not great. That's not great. All right, 2.5 hours left of day 3, or of preseason testing in general. How's everyone felt about preseason testing so far? Like, preseason testing is... I don't know. I feel like it's weird. I was expecting to maybe a bit more. We spoke about this yesterday. I feel like it was. I was expecting it to be a bit more exciting. I know testing can't be that exciting, but I thought there's going to be a lot more to talk about, a lot more cool upgrades. It's been kind of stock standard because it's been like, because I think it's end of the regs. That's why. Listening to the press conference right now. Or the press conference from earlier. Isn't it always stock standard? Well, actually, I remember 2022's testing, the one in Spain that was behind closed doors. That seemed cool, but then again, we didn't watch it on telly, so I don't know, but... Yeah. Either way, it's made me equally excited for this season. I think it's a bit annoying seeing the team. I know it's only testing, but like now I'm kind of like expecting McLaren to be pretty good and I'm expecting Williams to be decent. And I'm kind of like, does that spoil it a little bit? But then again, other storylines have made me kind of more excited. Like, you know, I don't know. Oh man, I just can't wait for the first qualifying. Alyssa, what's up? How's it going? Power cut pains the last one on the track. A fucking bus on track. Yeah, that's crazy. Seeing Liam and Red Bull kit still doesn't feel real. Tim, I just finished the stream. Thought I'd pop in and say hi. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I see you're now you're now a T-Mac fan, and not a Ponin fan. I get it. I get it. I'm joking, of course. What was T-Mac doing? Was he doing? Wait, you're wearing the fucking maid outfit again? I know Luke's doing his like not ending his stream until he gets fucking B class. Who knows how long it's gonna take him. Rule secret Luke Sam fans. I've been lurking and shit. I appreciate this. I'm very joking. I feel like the streams the last couple of days for me have been like, I feel like the return to the streams this year have been really good. Like I've really loved every single stream we've done this year. Like I feel like I've brought good energy. We've done different things. It's been really fun. Chat's been great. Whereas the last 3 days, it's been like a bit of a different vibe. I think day 1 testing was really good because it was day 1 testing. Yesterday's stream, I feel like, yeah, I just had no energy, man. It was like, I was so tired because of the early wake up and then, obviously less to talk about in testing. And obviously today's a bit more chill again. Like it's the last day of testing. We're kind of just like wrapping up the testing talks now. But yeah, over the next couple of weeks, we've got some fun activities. Again, tomorrow, teammate head-to-head predictions. Sunday, championship predictions. And then some other activities next week. And then it's OzGP week. Oh, we're almost there, man. We're almost there. How come we don't have the trailer for Drive to Survive yet? Anyone know? Yeah, I thought we were going to get it today. I mean, we might get it. I reckon we might get it at 3 p.m. today. We might get it 3 or 4 p.m. today. I reckon as soon as testing is done, it might drop. Maybe. Because, yeah, it usually comes out the week before or the week after testing. And week before or the week of testing. We didn't get it before. It's Friday now, so unless we get Saturday, Sunday. Weird, though. Weird. All right, let's go back to scrolling Twitter. Discord and Twitter and stuff like that and talking about everything. Let's have a look. So we just talked about all the Lewis Hamilton stuff if you weren't here. Chat every time Lawson gets knocked out in Q1. Not happening. Quotation. Glazing. What? I thought this was a mirror and was so concerned for a second. Yeah, this is funny. Not the bald spot, man. Not the bald spot. We looked at that already. We looked at that. Charles Leclerc has reportedly broken up with his girlfriend to focus on the 2025 season after seeing Lewis Hamilton's recent comments on commitment to racing. Damn. That's tough, man. Tough for Alex. Charles Leclerc, I have an outfit for you. Dude, genuinely, why does it look like this would be a Leclerc outfit? Like, genuinely, that is the Leclerc outfit. Some goofy, overly baggy pants. Those shoes are fire. What? No, that's a fake post. Last Lasser. We need it today. I want to watch some cinematic Drive to Survive shots. Yeah, dude, honestly, all the good cinematic shots come from the Drive to Survive trailer that people use in like edits and stuff like that. So Lewis Hamilton speak on Angela Cullen being back. If you don't know, Angela Cullen is his what do you call her? No, it's not his personal trainer. It's his assistant, but she also does like massage and shit.
It's a new environment for you, plenty of unknown faces, but you got Angela back at your side. How important is it to have some familiar faces around, and don't you could have more people that you know around you in this transition period, let's say?
I mean, it's always important to have a good foundation of people around you. I've generally had a very good base for many, many years. So I still have all the team that I had last year, but I've brought Angie on top of that. And we have a great relationship, me and Angie. We've known each other for a long, long time. We've gone through a lot together. And you know, she took a couple of years out and she spent time with her family and discovering the world, and asking her to come and start this new chapter with me, and her accepting it was really exciting. And we've been having a blast this past month together.
Working for Ferrari.
Really awesome.
Luis, a new environment for you.
That's cool. I like that he asked her to come back and she was like, yes. Christian Horner has been putting a Kiwi on Liam Lawson's desk every day, according to an anonymous Red Bull engineer. I guess he thought it was funny, but by day 5, it just got confusing. How often is he buying these Kiwis? Does he have a secret stash at his office? How do people come up with this shit, bro? Even Duolingo getting it on the memes. Took a quick trip to Bahrain to see my friend Lando. Does that mean he like jizzed on the car? Or does he mean like he gave him a big hug? Oh, it's because the quote is, someone said it looks like they ran over the Duolingo bird. I'm fucking crying. McLaren Shadow, bro, was clearly very excited to see us. Oh, yikes, bro. Yikes. Monaco is only boring if your driver never won there. It's a place for legends and Checo. Oh, that's rough. This is very interesting. Kim Millman, man, he obviously does great videos about F1. I love how he gets the insider info. Like I'm a big Drive to Survive fan, big F1 fan. I love all the little details. Never heard this before. So this is very interesting.
So how did Drive to Survive actually come about? Well, I can tell you that Amazon were actually in discussion with a team about a doco going back a number of years ago. But
now that doco, I believe, ended up being the McLaren Amazon doco. What was it? Grand Prix driver. I assume it was this. Prime's original Grand Prix driver, which followed Alonso and Stoffel Van Dorn. That's why I assume it was.
Back a number of years ago, but to get it done, F1 had to say yes, as they have to agree to provide all the on-track footage. This was just after Liberty had purchased F1, and they said that they wanted all teams involved. Amazon came back and said, look, we can feature a team per year, but that would have taken a decade. That's when this man, Sean Bratches, contacted a colleague of his at Netflix and ran the idea past that person, and they loved the idea. Negotiations went on for some time, and eventually F1 agreed to it, subject to getting all the teams on board. Well, of course, they didn't get all the teams. Ferrari and Mercedes said no to Season 1. But after they saw the results, they were quickly putting their hand up for Season 2. And Drive to Survive has since been one of the best things that's ever happened to the sport.
Crazy, man. I can't believe that. I can't believe that it went from Amazon to then word of mouth to Netflix saying yes, to then finding the right producers to do it. They smashed it, man. They smashed it. Very interesting. Tomo and Liam did an interview today. We're going to watch that shortly. Cool to see them two together. Obviously, Tomo is one of the rare Liam Lawson supporters, so I'm glad you got to interview him. Big news this. If it's true, Toto Wolff's wife, Susie, I don't know why we're saying Toto Wolff's wife. Why don't we just say Susie Wolff, F1 Academy? Anyways, eyeing FIA president's job to oust Mohammed Ben Sulayem. You have every support from every F1 fan, including myself, to become president of FIA. I agree. Now, I do think there would be a lot of, not that I think Susie would do, I don't know Susie and Toto's inner relationship, right? But I don't care who it is. There is always going to be bias, right? At the end of the day, she is Toto Wolff's wife, who is the president, the team principal of Mercedes. There is always going to be bias there. So I think if there was anything to do with Mercedes or making a decision in regards to Mercedes, she probably shouldn't make that decision. But in terms of making decisions for the greater good of the sport, I think she'd be amazing. But it's hard, right? Because it's like, who's stopping, like, who's to say that, like, Toto and Susie don't talk about things at home, and then she then goes to the office the next day and goes, like, you know what, last night I was thinking this, but it's kind of just like Toto's opinion. You know what I mean? And this goes for any case. This goes if it was a man and the wife is a part of a F1 team or high up an F1 team, right? I'm not just saying this because it's Susie. But yeah, this is the hard thing, is I think she would be fucking amazing. I just think whether there is bias or not, the people questioning there being bias would be too big of an issue. But I think she'd be amazing, man. I think she'd be amazing. Less than 2 years ago, this is where McLaren were in, was it Bahrain or testing? No, it was in Bahrain. Crazy. Now look at where they are. Arrow McLaren, is this their new liveries for the season? Yep, same liveries, but they're so hot. The black and orange one is so sexy, man. Love it. I feel it's a bit worse than previous years, but hot. Charles Leclerc, she's meditating, guys. She's dead. She's died. Okay. Aston Martin have a change of plan today as Lance Stroll has been unwell overnight. Fernando Alonso will drive the AMR this morning and TBC on the afternoon. Who's in the car now? Is Stroll out on track now? I think Stroll's out. Or at least Stroll's on the timing sheet now, so it looks like he's going out on track. Lance Stroll will return to the cockpit for the after. Oh, there you go. Yuki Tsunoda. Wait, where are we? Yuki Tsunoda confirms that he has changed manager. His new manager is Diego Menchaca. I no longer work with Mario and Louis. Louis? Is that Louis or Louis? I'm really happy with Diego. He's highly motivated. As soon as we decided to work together, he went to Helmut's office right away to try and build a relationship. I really appreciate that effort, and I think Helmut appreciated it too. They already have a good relationship and are off to a good start. But at the end of the day, the most important thing is to get the results on track, and that will make Diego's job easier. Interesting. I wonder if Yuki had a little bit of a fallout with these guys after he didn't get the Red Bull seat and kind of got stuck at VCARB because, yeah, you know, that's tough. This is what we were talking about earlier with Haas. Their engine their engine cover fell off again. This happened at Silverstone in their filming day, and it's happened again. So let's hope they fix this before we get to a race and it flies off and it causes debris, and then they retire from the race when they're in a good position. Antonelli giving it everything. He goes on the timesheets 0.77 behind Leclerc. I mean, that's outdated now. Max gave someone the middle finger. Of course he did. Fine.
Was a much more preferable. Meanwhile, was a much more preferable.
Wonder who's pointing the finger to. We land on the pit bull. Okay, it's time to have a conversation. Why is a reserve driver got the best helmet of the season? Sexy. I want to eat it. I want to eat it up. It is so good. Oh my god. Everything about this is amazing. First off, the colors. The pink and cream is sexy. The red and white is sexy, right? So boom, he's already landed the colors. 2, branding, right? Obviously he's in Ferrari. This feels like a Ferrari helmet. Boom, he's nailed that. The design, right? This really cool Zhou design, so it feels like a Zhou helmet, but then also implementing like this Chinese like design into the background. So fucking cool. Everything flows nicely. I can't see a single thing on this helmet. Okay, now I've gone on top. Actually, I was going to say, now I've gone on top and now it's blue, but it matches the HP logo. I actually really like that. Bro. Maybe it's recency bias. This might be one of the best F1 helmets I've ever seen. I fucking love this. Because I always say, helmets need to stand out. F1 helmets need to stand out. And this stands out whilst also looking so good up close. Oh, it's so good. Why did you have to cook so good, Joe? It was someone who's own pit bull, right? I hope he gets at least a practice just to see it. Oh, honestly. She's big, but it makes sense when talking about an F1 to say Toto's wife. Yeah, I get you, but I do feel like it's a little bit disrespectful because she's her own person. You know what I mean? Then a conversation between them would be mad. Tom has finished his livery rankings as well. Yeah, we'll watch that in a minute as well. Okay, so first off, here's the red flag stuff. Debris on the start-finish straight looks like a pane of glass from the starter's booth has fallen on the track. How's that happened? How did that happen? Do we know yet? You guys said it might be to do with something from the Haas flying off. What did you miss the last 40 minutes? Not much, really. We've just been scrolling through the Discord and Twitter. Gazzy's at the top of the sheet, timing sheets. Red Bull running a new nose and front wing today. The nose is attached to the second wing element. Am I looking at this correctly? It's because that is attached there and then this hangs off the front. That's a very interesting looking wing. That car looks so aggressive. But I believe there's some more photos further down. No. Wait, let me find these other photos of the Red Bull. If anyone else can find them for me, let me... Oh, here they are. First thing that pops up on Twitter. So these are the things they've brought. So they've got... I don't know what I'm looking at there. Oh, no, that was yesterday. And this is today. They've brought this big kind of like engine vent. Because that's not an intake. That's an outtake. Exhaust, which is interesting. And then yesterday, as you can see, the bottom... wing, yeah, I was right. The bottom wing connects to the front of the nose, and today it's connected a slot lower. Very interesting designs there. Is this normal, or is this a new thing that only Red Bull have done? This is normal, or are you saying the other one was normal? Is this normal? That's the new normal, really? Okay. Well, Red Bull have wised up. What's this, though? That's interesting. Overslept. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Also, Koch Fun, an old man still racing. I don't know if I've thanked them already, but thank you guys for the follows. Most teams had brought the wing design in by the end of the year. Right, okay, so Red Bull were lacking. There's the Tomo video. We're going to watch that. F124 handling. Yeah, this is the bad handling everyone was talking about on the McLaren.
Cranking on steering lock, and that is something that the McLaren team are clearly trying to measure, the effect of the front wheel angles on the airflow
over the
over the car.
I thought he was actually trying to turn that. Oh, yeah, no. He's absolutely trying to test. Pierre Gasly goes fastest overall today, following a similar theme to Carlos Sainz yesterday, who went P1 shortly after lunch. Sainz believes pace from other midfield teams looks stronger today, and Williams can't be confident being at the front of that group. I mean, yeah, but Gasly's still like 8 tenths behind Sainz's time. That's the bus on track that we had the red flag for today. Super rare pitch from Bahrain from Mark Scott. F1 tires in transit. Yeah, interesting. Obviously, we saw for the first time what the tires look like in Matt Amos's video that he made. Interesting. It's always interesting that stuff up close. Max, but you can make clips. What's this? Oh, this is Max putting the finger there. Wait, what am I looking at? It was further down. Oh, wait, is that their pit wall? How's that their pit wall? Why are they so far down the grid? That's not their pit wall. That's Williams, isn't it? So wait, that's their pit wall. They're not blue. Was that V-carbs? Maybe it's V-carbs. Anyways. Williams. Okay. Oh, it's probably Luke Browning. It's probably Luke Browning. Part of Team Red Line and whatnot. Aston Martin team principal Andy Cowers revealed to Sky that the team had the regulations upside down for the last 2 years. It was a big shock. We didn't realize you were meant to make the car faster. Thanks to Adrian Newey found that issue for us. Fuck's sakes, bro. Fuck me. All right, let's go back to testing for a little bit, and then we'll watch Tomo's vid with Liam, I think, afterwards.
It's like Usyk and Fury had the 11.
Formula Vegas is another banger, dude. They keep smashing it. I don't like how when the timings don't have the times on screen that it's smaller than the top element. I think that looks weird. F1 drivers work hard, but Formula Fakers and Motorsport quotes work harder. On God. That's a high fuel run for Oscar for sure. Yeah, I'd love to see after testing everyone gathering. I keep saying collating. I need a, is that the right word? Collating. Collect and combine. Yeah. I hope someone collates all the like quick runs and race pace runs, and then we kind of get a little bit of a pecking order. What's he sucking on? Sucking on his gloves? Look, Gazzy trying to look as if he's not on camera. Hope some drivers go for glory runs. Yeah, I feel like in the past we used to see teams go for more runs in the last 10 minutes of sessions, but I think today, the last 20 minutes of today is going to be good. Ocker already has his C4 run. That kick logo on the front of the Sauber looks like a big fucking hole in the wing. So ugly, man. Ba, 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 da, da, da. Excuse me. The sub was just a green turd on track. It looks so bad. Oh, honestly, man. Honestly. I can't believe I actually liked it when it got revealed. Do a prediction of Tomo's rankings before you watch the video later. A prediction of Tomo's rankings. Do you mean like what I think how he's going to rank them? I reckon he's going to drop Sauber down very low after seeing it on track. He adjusts all of them, right? I assume now after seeing them on track. Yeah, everyone's adjusted, right? Sonoda. Time is poo today. Ooh. Yo, you're right. Sorry, I didn't clock when you said it before. There you go. Yeah, Ocon's done a fast run. He's up there finally. Finally. Haas not at the back of the back on the back row. Haas are just vibing in long runs, doing their thing. Yeah, like, it makes sense. Like we were saying earlier, like Haas's biggest problem last year was race pace. You know, you think back to every time Hulkenberg made Q3, Magnussen had some good qualifyings as well, and then just dropped out the grid. So it makes sense for them to just focus on race pace, especially when quali pace is easier to fix than race pace. The onboard cameras a bit different this time around. So testing is not just for the drivers, it's also for the broadcaster team to test out new things and get everything adjusted before the first race. So a lot of the cameras are different to see what they want to do. I think they're going to be rocking wider FOV cams this year, would be my guess. Yeah, so last year the wide angle was the gyro cam. You remember the one that would move depending on where the car was. So like the camera would always stay level. Yeah, this year, I think they're gonna go wide FOV static. Julia, what's your ranking of the driver lines? The Sky team all had Racing Bulls as number 10 when they did it earlier. Really? Okay, that's a fun activity. Driver lineups in current form. It's hard because we haven't seen, like, you know, Bortoleto could be good, but is he actually going to like a steak? Is Lewis going to like a Ferrari? Are we going off of potential or are we going off of form? They use history too. Really? Okay. How should I do it then? How do you guys want me to do it? Overall potential / pass / whatever, or just current form? Form and history. That makes it complicated, I feel. I'm gonna say 1 is Ferrari. 2 is McLaren. Yeah, I think current form, it's McLaren. I think Norris is maybe tied. Oh, it's hard though. I think Leclerc's maybe... I think Leclerc's current form, slightly better than Lando. All-time form, slightly better than Lando. Piastri current form is slightly better than Lewis. All-time would be Lewis. I'm going to leave Ferrari 1. McLaren 2. And this is where it gets hard, because Max alone can outweigh most drivers on this. But then you've also got Liam, who's like decent. Excuse me. I generally think 3 is Red Bull. I'll tell you why. Max proved last season. I mean, they didn't win the Constructors, but Max proved last season that he can win a championship. Well, yeah, they didn't win the championship. Well, no, Max proved last season he is good enough to be able to carry a team. And I think Liam is a solid driver. Again, I think he's going to do better than Perez. So I'm going to say Red Bull 3. Solely because of Max and because Liam's not bad, at least at the moment. I think Crofty had Red Bull at 3rd as well. Okay. 4, I'm going to put Williams. I think Sainz is great. And I think Albon is... That's the closest pairing on the grid, I think. So let's go with Williams 4th. Then... Five, it's between Aston and Merck. Alonso is like Max in the sense he can carry the team, but Stroll's not terrible. He's not great, but he's terrible. Russell's not as good as Alonso, but I'd say Antonelli's better than Stroll. I think right now, it's Aston Martin. And if we're going off of history as well, then Alonso's got to be big, like carry that a little bit. What are these predictions for? We're ranking the grid. We're ranking teammate driver pairings, driver lineups. Then I'm gonna go Merck because Russell's great and Antonelli's good. All right, that leaves Haas, Sauber, V-Cub, and Alpine. Oh, this is hard because I think Gasly is the best driver out of the ones left. But he's got probably the worst teammate as of right now. I'm going to say, I think it's between Sauber and Haas next. I'm going to say Sauber next. I think Hülkenberg is better than Ocon. And I think Behrman right now is better than Bortoleto. But I think Bortoleto in F2 and F3 was better than Behrman. So I'm going to say Sauber. Then I'm going to say Haas because I think Ocon's good and Behrman's got potential. Sadly, I don't think Doohan carries Alpine enough. But Gasly doesn't carry Alpine enough, so I'm going to put Alpine. And then, yeah, I think Racing Bulls is 10 because, I mean, Yuki is probably... Is it safe to say... Yeah. Is it safe to say Yuki is the weakest main driver of the team this season? I think that's a normal opinion. Again, I don't think Yuki's bad. I just think you've got Hülkenberg, who is experienced and in good form at the moment. You've got Alonso, who is amazing. You've got Sainz/Albon, amazing. Russell, amazing. Leclerc and Hamilton, amazing. Verstappen, amazing. Gasly, amazing. Or like solid. Ocon and Behrman. Ooh, is Yuki better than Ocon and Behrman? Okay, I'd say at worst, he's equal with Ocon. Yuki is right now. Or at best. I'd say they're equal. But Behrman's better than Hadjar. So, yeah. Hadjar's probably the second weakest rookie or the second weakest driver on the grid. At the moment, again, we've not seen 6 drivers out on track. We've not seen drivers at different teams and stuff like that. So, it's really hard to rank the grid at the moment. So, but I'd say that's my rankings. To be fair, you could make this a YouTube video. Yeah, could do. I mean, it's a little bit late now because, you know, the driver lineup pairings have kind of been talked about a lot. But yeah, maybe we'll do like a tier list or something after a couple of races or something. If Alpine had Franco, where would you put them? If Alpine had Franco, I'm putting them above Haas. Maybe above Sauber as well. I put them above Haas because Gasly's better than Ocon, and I think Colapinto is probably same as Behrman. And then I maybe put them above Sauber because Gasly's probably on par, if not better than Hulkenberg. And Bortoleto we haven't seen in the sport yet. So yeah, I'd probably put Alpine above Sauber. What do you think? Who do you think Cadillac would sign next year? I hope they sign Checo. I honestly have no clue. It really depends on the contracts and this season as well. But it's nice that we're gonna have more some new drivers on the grid. Lehabar, thank you for the follow. 3 minutes till 2 o'clock. Will we get a Drive to Survive trailer on the hour? It's still a big question mark on Lawson and Antonelli for me. Liam is good, but Red Bull second seat is good. Yeah, exactly, that's what I mean. And Antonelli, again, so young. Like, how long is it going to take for him to get up to speed? It's really hard to tell.
This is how.
The fuck? I don't know why, but I like the blue on the McLaren on. But yeah, no, I agree. It makes it pop slightly, especially with Oscar rocking the Australian flag on his helmet. Just makes it pop. Where would you guys put Alpine? What are your guys' rankings? Give me your guys' rankings for teammate pairings, just like I did. For me, top 5 would probably be McLaren, Red Bull, Ferrari, Williams, Mercedes. In that order? So you'd put Red Bull above Ferrari, really? Or I'm assuming that's not in order then. It is in order. Really? You would put Red Bull above Ferrari? Well, that's the thing, though. If we're just looking at drivers, Liam is good. But if we're talking about Liam and a Red Bull, I still won't put him above Ferrari, though. I don't think Max is that much better. I know some people aren't going to agree with me. I don't think Max is that much better than Leclerc to say that we can put Red Bull above Ferrari, who have Lewis Hamilton as well. Bro, thank God I'm not the only one who finds it so jarring between the Sky Sports and the F1 TV commentary. I feel like Lawson and Max are going to go well together. I feel like Lewis is going to let down Ferrari sometimes, right? Ferrari, McLaren, Merc, Red Bull. Really? So you would put Merc with Russell over a Red Bull with Max? Yeah, I personally completely disagree with that because Max is a better driver than Russell and Liam's a better driver than Antonelli right now. 5 Williams, 6 Aston, 7 Haas, 8 Alpine, 9 Sauber, 10 VCAP. Okay. Sauber below Haas and Alpine. Ferrari, McLaren, Red Bull, Mercedes, Williams. Mercedes above Williams. Okay. Sauber, Aston Martin. Really? Sauber above Aston Martin. Hulkenberg above Alonso. Haas, Alpine, Racing Bulls. Everyone's putting Racing Bulls last. That's crazy. McLaren, Ferrari, Williams, Red Bull. Okay. Sainz and Albon above Red Bull. I can see why you'd do that. Not that I agree, but I can see why. Mercedes, Aston, Sauber, Haas, Alpine, VCARB. People always underestimate not only what Hamilton can bring with his driving, but also how he can help develop the team. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, absolutely. But for me, it's more I think there's just so much hype around Lewis that I'm worried that it's too much hype for the current form he's in. But I hope we do see old Lewis, but I don't think we will. Possibly huge news for preseason testing. What is this? Also, we're on a break right now as they change commentary teams. Where the hell's my mouse gone? F1 plans to start 2026 testing in January in Barcelona. F1 teams will have more time to test the new cars for 2026 rules overhaul, with the first test scheduled for late January in Barcelona. For the past 3 years, F1 teams have had just 3 days of official testing. But with the major overhaul regulation of 2026, the amount of track time looks to triple. The introduction of new power units and significantly revised chassis regulations means that teams and engine manufacturers may need more time to iron out. We spoke about this yesterday. You know, like, I like that it's more like, make your team, show up, drive it. But I also feel like Formula 1, the team should be able to make the best cars possible so we can see the best racing on track. Current plans include a 5-day shakedown at the Barcelona circuit on the 26th, similar to the extra testing days granted in 2022, the last time F1 underwent a significant change. Yeah, so that won't be shown on broadcast, I assume. And people are upset at that because it's like the first time you see cars out on track, but you got to give teams time to shake down and get all their problems out, not on broadcast. Because, like, if you go out on track to test something, I feel like broadcasting teams live on TV discourages them from testing because they don't want to go out on track and break down because that's a bad look if you be DNF. You know what I mean? So I like the non-broadcast days per se. This approach is designed to help teams maximize their time efficiently, allowing them to adjust their schedules based on weather conditions and potential technical issues. As F1 prepares for one of the most significant regulatory changes in its history, teams will also face the challenge of integrating fully sustainable fuels alongside a more powerful electrical component. Ensuring reliability is expected to be one of those teams' top priorities. The early starts like to give teams and engine manufacturers as much time as possible to identify and address any potential reliability issues. In 2022, several teams only discovered the severity of the porpoising phenomenon during preseason testing. Yeah, this also means that teams will need to adjust their development schedules as they will need to have their cars ready to hit the track almost a month earlier than in 2025. Following the Barcelona shakedown, testing is expected to continue in Bahrain, where 2 3-day sessions are planned, provisionally for the 12th to 14th of February, and then for the 18th and 20th of February. 2 3-day, wow. In recent years, Secure Circuit has become the venue for preseason testing, which testing traditionally held at the end of February. Interesting stuff. Thanks for thinking that. Way too early. I think that's a good amount of time. To be honest. All right. While testing is chilling, let's watch Tomo's final redesign of the Red Bull and then watch the Liam interview afterwards. All right. Here we go.
I've finally finished redesigning all 10 of the 2025 Formula 1 car liveries. We're ending on a high. Last season's driver's title winning Red Bull car, obviously piloted by Max and alongside Liam Lawson this year. Let's take a look at the real thing on track. We've had day one of testing already. Let's also have a relook at all of the liveries because renders can clearly be very, very deceptive. I'm going to have to change some rankings, and let's have a go at redesigning it, creating something new.
Isabella, they were the follow from the stream.
Oh yeah, and you're going to get a little spoiler about something very, very special coming very, very soon if you stick around. My name's Tomo. Let's talk about it.
Bro, I had to wait 2 weeks for this video to get approved. L.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. McLaren got the memo. Aston Martin did not. Fortunately, Red Bull have stayed put. It's a banger of a livery, a modern classic, no question. Very, very simple. It's a dark navy kind of matte finish car with the bright Red Bull branding on the nose, on the airbox, the big Red Bull on the front wing. That's basically it. Okay, it hasn't changed for years. Fundamentally, it hasn't changed for years and years and years. Sponsors have come and gone. Red Bull had more prominence in the past on the side pod. Now it's more Oracle, but even then, it's still maintained that inherent identity. Red Bull do marketing incredibly well, and it speaks volumes with this. Honestly, I've got not much to say about this at all because it hasn't really changed. It's always been great. People get bored of seeing the same thing over and over again, but they can say that about the Marlboro McLaren, which was the same livery for McLaren for year after year after year. It becomes a modern classic. I'm sure Red Bull will change it up at some point. They're not going to keep this livery forever and always, even though compositionally, I mean, it is pretty hard to get wrong, right? Whether it's 2026 regulations, whether it's pre-ground effect regulations, like it's a banger every
I'm feeling a P1. I'm feeling a P1.
Navy finish. You know what? In the past, I haven't been so sure about that, but actually now I feel like there's a, you know, the yellow and the red of the Red Bull branding seems to be slightly more glossy. I think it is anyway. And then the exposed carbon on the rear wing, kind of that gives a little bit of sheen to it as well. There's just brilliant contrast here. The contrast is what really sells this, makes it work. The white Oracle on the side, then the red Red Bull text, separating that from the Honda. Rocked is separated enough.
I never thought about that. When Tom was talking about sponsor placements in his previous videos, where it's like different colors on different things and it break it up with lines. When you think about it, Red Bull's done a really good job because Honda's by itself here. The Red Bull's red with a line separating, then Oracle's here, and then Rock's here. Everything's separated really nicely on the side of the car. And then these three all have a nice amount of space.
The other logos on the side, it's just all really, really well balanced and well put together. Even more so with time, I think I just come to appreciate that, man, you're seeing other teams chop and change constantly. Red Bull just put the same thing out every year.
It's perfect.
It's just slight refinements, you know, and they're just making it better.
And like the front wing this year is so much better. He didn't talk about the front wing.
Full of praise for it, but where do I put it in my rankings? Well, we're going to get rid of this one, right? We're going to start again. These renders, man, these renders have tripped me up big time.
That's why I never do livery ratings before testing.
Favorite livery, now that we've actually seen through day one of testing in Bahrain what these cars actually look like, starting with P10. And unfortunately, it's still Williams. Okay, we've seen there's a couple of angles that it looks decent, and I've said it before, I say it again, I don't think there's any bad liveries this year. From the back corner angle, I kind of like the Williams, but that navy front end just doesn't do anything for me. It's got very, very little legibility and recognition from that front angle that we see so often, right? Again, Bahrain testing is a good way of seeing these cars from the camera angles that we're actually going to see them in real life, right? Then in P9, unchanged still, I'm going Aston Martin. Look, they've kind of taken a sledgehammer to what was a fantastic livery.
Max has just gone up to the top of testing, 129.8. Okay, sorry, it's still 0.5 off of the time sign set yesterday in testing, but still, Max has just gone up, doing some quicker runs now. Does anyone know, is he doing race runs? I'm assuming this is like low fuel race runs now, right? Like almost like sprint runs. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out.
Look, it's still not a bad livery. Again, it's still not a bad livery, but last year's was so good for them to really, really downgrade.
I wonder if Red Bull will ever run their white ball livery again. Yeah, I don't think they will be able to. It looked way too similar.
It looks very good, but the side profile, the side rear quarter, it's just not doing anything for me. Better than the Williams, yes, it's a bit more distinctive. I've not got much positive to say about the Aston Martin, I'm afraid. Sorry. Then in P8, moving one position down from where I had them originally, the Haas. Now this is really
how is Sauber still not lower?
From the side profile and that rear quarter, I think this looks really good. Like I got very
little
to complain about.
But why isn't it higher?
And even that white nose that I lambasted in my Haas redesign video, it's not as bad in real life, but it's still not great. The
I doesn't like the front nose though,
kind of gives it that point to its nose almost, but it's still too busy. That nose still spoils what otherwise I think is a really good livery. And
I think I agree with his point about the front nose, but I don't think it's that bad enough for me to rank it that low.
Just holding it back. Then in P7, you're going to be happy about this because it's the Sauber. I was so wrong.
Yeah, that shit's fucking bumhole. That should be last.
Ankles, you know, Steph Curry-esque just got me gassed, got me excited. This bright green, quite a glossy,
the green is not bright in real life.
With this lovely gradient into this really rich, deep, dark black. And then we see the car in person in real life, and it's a matte green that's bright, but when it's matte finish, it doesn't really have that absolute neon laryness to it. And the gradient is rubbish. And we saw this on the car at F175, and I was hopeful that, you know what, okay, they've kind of butchered the gradient at F175, but the renders look great. I'm sure on the real car it's going to look fantastic. No. It's not even fully gradiented. There's like a solid transition. Sauber, you had the potential to make something so good here.
Why is it like rusty as well? You see that?
The green Kool-Aid. You had the potential to make something so good here. I really drunk the Kool-Aid, the green Kool-Aid. Considering those problems, I still like the fact that it's green from the front and the black at the back. Fundamentally, I still like that. But the execution is nowhere near as nice.
Honestly, that doesn't look as bad as
in the renders. So
I thought.
I've got to put my hands up. You were right. I was wrong. I'll take the L on that one. That's a low moment if we've ever seen one. So Sauber have dropped from P1 to P7. In P6, I'm putting Ferrari. I think seeing it on track, look, the white with the HP is still too big, but it's not as bad as I initially.
I'm liking this livery. It's growing on me
even the
a lot.
Fiorano shots didn't show it often, but there's certain
maybe it's just Ferrari aura.
The Ferrari does still slap, and it's like that really nice dark deep red. Seeing it on the onboard, seeing it.
I think the red carries it for me.
Pick it up going around Bahrain. It is much better than it was. P6 though, it's an improvement from where I put it before. P5, I've gone with McLaren. Now the papaya does pop, and it is a very honest homage because, again, it's not really changed since last year, right? So even looking at the renders, I knew what last year's McLaren looked like.
I'm surprised Tom likes McLaren. I mean, I guess 5's not loving it, but
the McLaren's nice. It's cool. It's decent.
See, I don't. I think it's messy as fuck.
For me, it's not like, oh my god, I love it. It's cool. It's all right. It's fine. I'd like to see the McLaren logo on the front be bigger. That's probably my biggest critique. It's good, and it's fifth, and that's fine. P4, and this was a difficult one, right? This
he's going to put
tricky for me. I've got to be honest. I've gone with Alpine, and I do like the onboard shot of the Alpine.
I don't know how anyone's hating on the Alpine just because of one ugly BWT sponsor. Like, again, you get rid of that. That's so sexy. The blue, the pink with the white logo on the back, the white logos, everything just pops nicely. Front on, it's okay.
It's fantastic.
But I don't know how people say it's ugly.
Pink is really strong from the onboard camera. I still don't like it bang front on, to be honest, but from pretty much every other angle, I really like it. That shimmering blue, especially in the Bahrain sunset, that was, really, really nice. And the pink does have that little bit of almost Tomo redness to it. The studio shots are unbelievable, by the way. But again, the car in real life also looks fantastic. I think they've done a really good job. Well done, Alpine. P4 it is. Then in P3, I'm putting Red Bull Racing. Now, part of this is because it's not new and different and exciting as much as the top two in this list are, for me anyway. It's a fantastic.
I think as long as you put Red Bull in your top 5, you're fine. If you put it not in your top 5, you're literally lying to yourself.
There's something cool about seeing
you're literally hating.
Take on a livery, right? There's nothing I'd change about the Red Bull. Honestly, it's fantastic. And well, I'm going to change things about the Red Bull because I'm going to do my redesign in a bit. But it's going to be one of those redesigns where I just change a few little things, see if it maybe makes.
This could almost be its own video in itself.
I don't expect to improve on something that's this good. So then P2 for me is the Mercedes. Now,
wow!
When they put the studio,
I completely forgot about Merc.
I was like, wow, that looks sick. But obviously that was after I did my Mercedes redesign. We'd only seen the rubbish F175 imagery of the car to that point.
To be honest, Merc has grown on me a lot as well.
I've got to say, this is my
clean.
favourite Mercedes since the 2019 one. I think it looks fantastic.
Wow, I don't like this shit, but it does flow really nicely. That's how you do a gradient state.
Where they've brought the Mercedes logo up the nose a little bit higher and getting rid of the red, the Ineos red, and just having the silver, black, and Petronas teal. It's just stealthy, man. I think this looks sick. I really, really love this Mercedes. I think it looks fantastic. Like, it's not a big showstopper in terms of bright colours and that, but it just looks slick and mean. They've not butchered the gradient like Sauber have. Generally speaking, the way they've implemented
they're just going to make the engine cover better.
Black fade is pretty good. And even the Mercedes stars on the back.
That Ferrari social media ain't working on me. The car can stay low on the rankings. Really?
I'm not in Bahrain, funny enough. I'm actually kind of warm into it. I think it looks great.
All right, what's your guys' second favorite livery in chat? Everyone's going to say V car, but what's your second favorite?
P1. Of course, P1 is the Racing Bulls. They were P2 before.
See, I'm not going to lie though. When I look at this livery side on after looking at the Merc, it just looks plain. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a plain white car. but that front on it and side on is just like angle is just gorgeous.
Absolutely tanked. Yeah, it looks fantastic on track.
Beautiful.
That white with that Red Bull branding. Look, again, Red Bull looks fantastic with the bright yellow and red contrasting to the deep, dark, bluey purple. The Racing Bulls is shown where you can use the same yellow and red Red Bull branding and contrast it with this bright white, and you can get away with having the Visa Cash App, or Visa in blue, Cash App
Alpine, maybe
it's
Alpine.
Not as good as the
second one's giving well stake of leaving next year. Why bother? Yeah.
By the way, that was unbelievable, and that was just white, red. That's the perfect version of what Racing Bulls are getting at. But yeah, well done. You win. Anyway, I spent far too long on
See,
that.
Tomo agrees to be
at my redesign,
that the Japan one's better, or the Turkey one's better.
Formula One season. Thank you very much for supporting these videos and watching what I do. I'm glad you've enjoyed them, seemingly, whether they've been good or bad, wommos or lomos. Get in the comments and let me know what you think of this one. Because my name's Tomo and this is my redesign for the 2025 Red Bull Formula One car.
Okay, I was like, what changed? And then I looked at the front wing. Oh, that front wing.
Similar to the real thing in many ways, very
yes,
different in a few.
Yes, I like this. Now, again, the software that Tomo uses forces him to have this shitty, ugly ass gloss thing. So imagining that this is the normal navy blue that the Red Bull has, this is hot. The Red Bull hair is perfect with the little tag here, the Oracle, the Honda on the rear wing. That Oracle with navy instead of it being black is so much better. That red line is just beautiful. And when you can make this is the thing, Red Bull logo is one of the best logos in the world. The yellow and the red pop so well. It looks so aggressive, and it can go anywhere. You can put on an engine cover, you can put on a hat, you can put on a shirt. Why not put on the front wing instead of the Red Bull text? Love that.
Well, the Red Bull branding on the airbox and the way that kind of goes into the headrest with the yellow, I've kept identical. Rocked Honda.
True, Red Bull gives you
one, Mobile here, one password. A lot of the sponsor placement I've kept identical. However, there are a few changes, and there's not much you can change on the Red Bull to make it better. But I think this would be a welcome difference. The main thing is that Oracle and Red Bull I've swapped on the side.
I actually think this is an upgrade.
Red Bull is now big.
Maybe because it's slightly fresh
on the side pod. Oracle takes this.
The thing is, right? If you saw this livery, right, whether you like it or not, this one that Tomo's done, would you guys go? Would you be like, oh, it's changed? Because I feel like if I did a reaction to this livery, went, oh my god, I love this so much. The Red Bull logo, the red line on the Oracle, the front wing. I guarantee you 90% of the comments are, what's changed? It looks the fucking same. Like they want the fucking team to change their entire branding every year.
Behind the Red Bull in white, and we've added this kind of line in here, this kind of red that runs throughout the car along the nose as well, down here. Now, from this point of view, again, that's pretty much the only change from this angle. I've also put this in more of a matte to match the real car, which I should have been doing more in these redesigns, to be honest, because I can do a pretty basic kind of matte to glossy change in the livery. I just haven't because I'm an idiot, but there you go. We come around to the front, and you can see I've ditched the red and the ball on the front wing.
I don't like this. I feel like you got to chuck the Honda logo here or something.
And also moved the balls from here to the side of the nose to on the front wing. I think it's kind of works. It's maybe not as good as the real thing. It's probably definitely not as good as the real thing, where you've got the really long yellow nose, but it's kind of stubbed that nose up a little bit. It's still pretty significantly yellow at the front.
Yeah, I think that yellow thing on the front could be better.
In the middle, and then Oracle on the front wing. Now, of course, where we've moved Oracle off of the big prominence side pod positioning, downgraded it there somewhat. I've made up for it by putting it here and here, and also on the back of the rear wing, we've put Oracle in white against the navy. With
Gate IO going to be on the rear wing though.
The red we've got going on down here. If I'm going to downgrade one sponsor, I'm going to be like, well, I'm going to make it up to you. Make it up to you. Can't speak today. Elsewhere, okay. To
what's up, Kelsey? How's it going?
Realistic with these sponsors on the nose are the same. I feel like I've got a bit more space now because I've not got the yellow coming up so high, so I can spread these logos out a bit more. I feel like in the real car they're all a bit squished together. Tag's in the same place, Oracle, Red Bull in the same place, AT&T's in the same place. Yeah, pretty much everything else. Avis Trade, Oracle, that's kind of all in the same place. Visas, yeah. Red Bull on the back, like I say, homologated. Everyone should have their name, the team name, on the back of their rear wing for identifiability purposes. Also, did you see, by the way, the news? Monaco mandating a 2-stop, which I've been banging on about for literally years if you've been here for that long.
I like how all Tomo's videos feel like a casual chat with Tomo, you know what I mean? Like he's talking about his livery rankings, he's talking about Monaco and a video about a livery redesign.
But in terms of working, I think this works pretty well. You know what? Do I think it's better than the real thing? I mean, having the big Red Bull on the side of the pods and having...
Fuck.
That's pretty well.
You
know what?
The way this line like connects is so nice. Like a chat at the pub, yeah, exactly. Not too bad. Not too bad, mate. Not too bad. Thanks, mate. Yourself. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Follow day testing. We've got what? Hour and a half left now.
That more dominant than the Oracle is a bit of a retro throwback. I don't like it more than the real thing, but I probably don't like it any less either. Why am I saying my opinion? Because that doesn't matter. Like I've said so many times, what matters is your opinion. So please let me know in the comments down below what you think of this redesign. Thank you again for enabling me to do these videos now for God knows how many years I've been doing the livery redesigns and making
Love it, Tomo, love it. Guys, if you've watched this video or any of the livery redesigns on my channel with me, really appreciate it. Click the link in chat, give it a view, give Tomo a sub, give it a like.
Also leads to pretty
banger
cool
series, banger.
Like this, which you'll be able to watch very soon. My name's Tomo, thanks again. Have a good one. Opportunities like this, which you'll be able to watch very soon. My name's Tomo.
He blurted it out. Anyways, the video's out now anyway. Guys, we're going to watch this video with Liam soon. This is a fun little concept. I asked Liam Lawson to design his dream F1 team. All right. We will watch that in a minute, though. We'll go back to testing for a little bit.
Dominance coming up.
Yeah, in the time we're watching that Tomo video, Max has gone up to the top of the standings. I'm just over here wondering how the heck I'm still awake, seeing as I've been up since 8:30 a.m. just functioning on 3 hours of sleep. Why have you been up Why have you been up so early? I mean, sorry, why are you still up? I'm used to the Kelsey. All right, I'm off to bed now. Message a couple hours into the stream. God, that McLaren onboard's so nice, man. Why did it say Dropbox Dash? What the hell's a Dropbox Dash? I think I've hit the very overtired stage. Yeah, fair. Dude, yesterday, I was so tired. It was crazy. Sorry, I missed some mess in YouTube chat. I feel like these new F1 graphics give me non-existing OCD. Am I the only one who thinks it makes no sense? What's your problem with the graphics? I can't read your name because it's in another language, but I don't have a problem with it. I mean, there's a few things that annoy me, like, man, obviously the radio message graphics sucks, and the what was it? Like the miles per hour, kilometers per hour graphic. Get Red Bull into and keep chugging along. Exactly. Bedtime soon, hard. Not that I should say that out loud. Always Blake will pick on me. Hey, every time I'm in the red line chat, you're like, here you are to cause chaos. I'm done. What have I done? I've done nothing. No, generally though, like I'm a good boy. I just happened to be in chat that night that the fucking red line chat was crazy. They were playing COD that night. Oh my god. Chat was wild. All right, hour and a half left of testing. These last 20-30 minutes, I really hope everyone comes out and does some fast runs. Who we got? Stroll, Hulk, Ocon, Piastri, Max, Gasly, Russell, Hamilton. Am I missing someone? Hadja? No, Yuki. What's Yuki up to? 6.2 seconds off right now. I don't even understand, right? Like, obviously everyone refers to sandbagging, blah, blah, blah. But I don't understand why slowing your car down that much would help anything. Unless, or is race pace actually 6 seconds slower? Surely not. It's so easy to roll up. It's very entertaining. What? I just, when someone says something that I don't know, I'm just like, what? Like if someone came in my chat and said like, oh, your hair looks weird today. Okay, cool. But like when someone says something, I'm just like, wait, what did I do? Did I do something wrong? It makes me overthink. I'm like, did I do something in chat? Did I say something that was weird? Did I say something that was wrong? What's stopping them from having a race right now? Exactly. Oh yeah, at the end of the morning session, there was like 5 drivers on each other's ass racing. They didn't show that. Oh, actually, I guess the highlights. Maybe the highlights have come out from the morning session. No, they still haven't uploaded a video on the YouTube channel. But yeah, there was some drivers racing in the morning. I didn't get to see it. That's right. I got to saw that real quick. Where's Lawson gone? What's up, HL Stars? So Lawson and Sainz did a full day yesterday. So that means Max and Albon are doing a full day in the car today. So they're not on the timing sheet and they're not on, because they're not on track today. Max first. Where's Lawson? Ah! Stop with your jokes. Where's Perez? Speaking of your hair, it is blonder than usual, or is it just highlighting? Maybe, I mean, the sun's out. That's 1. 2, I got a haircut like a couple days ago, so maybe that. But yeah, I think it's just maybe mix of lighting and like haircut, you know. All I do is say hi. I cause chaos in other ways. President negotiating with Cadillac. Will you become #1 Cadillac fan if Checo goes there? I honestly think Checo could have the comeback of a lifetime at Cadillac if they build the car well. What? North American sponsor plus Cadillac is a marketing powerhouse. Yeah, true. Don't know about the actual driving though. I don't know. You don't believe that Checo could go to Cadillac and be good? I feel like, you know, his stint at Racing Point proved he's a great driver. He just didn't mesh well in that Red Bull environment. I know Red Bull. Not Red Bull. I can't believe how many people are at the track for testing. Like, these are got to be like big sponsors, surely. Yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, Perez kind of came across like he was comfortable at Red Bull, but I don't know how much of that is true. Like, you know, he's always like, yeah, I'm comfortable. Like, I've got no pressure. We're family, blah, blah, blah. But I don't know if that's true. I mean, I would take his word for it, but it looks like Piastri's trying to get up close to the Haas here to see what it's like in some dirty air. I hate Horner's goofy art tactic with sending his contract thinking will make him fast. Yeah. They kind of did it at the wrong time. Like, they extended his contract. They left him with no contract for so long, putting that pressure on. And then they re-sign him at the time that they should probably, like, start making a decision about if they want to keep him. It was weird. Red Bull coddled him for too long. What's coddled? What does that mean? Like, held on, I guess? Kind of sounds like cuddled. Yeah, I mean, I can understand why they wanted to give Checo a proper shot, but after 2 years? It was 21, 22. Yeah, after 2 years, especially 2023, I think they should have known by then. But then to keep him on for 2024 was crazy. But then again, like, Checo was decent in 2021, and 2022 was okay. 2023, it fell off, and I guess they were like, all right, it's just 1 year. We'll give him another year in 2024. But I think halfway through 2024, they maybe should have put Daniel in the car just to try something different. They already lost the constructors at that point. I reckon he might have gone to Sauber if he was freed earlier. Maybe, yeah. That's the thing. If I was Checo, I'd be really annoyed. But then again, he also had the ability to kind of be like, guys, am I actually going to be here next year? If not, let me go now. But I guess he was just holding on to hope that he could use his contract to stay at Red Bull. I wonder what his payout was. I wonder what his payout was. Rafi, thank you for the follow on the stream. What the fuck? It looks like Alex Wendell's on the track. That's That's a crazy spot. Oh my. That is such a good spot. All right. Why are they still... Whoa, they're still racing the Haas and Piastri. Don't want that Haas to lock up and touch him. Oh, that was a replay. I hate when it says live and then it's actually a replay. MV1, what's up, Verstappen? Looks crazy where he's standing. Yeah, such a good spot. Because you can't see the wall that's blocking it. Bro, the sun is out in England. I mean, it's still grey, but the sun is out. The vibes are good. The vibes feel good. All right, let's watch this Tomo vid, I reckon. Let's give this Tomo Liam Lawson vid a watch. First, though, look at this. The Aston Martin just not turning in. Not an expert, but it seems understory. Yeah, I mean, that's obviously just one instance, but still. Think it's just Stroll. Yep, yep. Alright. Let's have a watch of this Tomo video interview with Liam Lawson. I asked Liam Lawson to design his dream F1 team. Okay, he better have some good opinions. Me and Liam, when I interviewed him, we had a lot of the same kind of thoughts. So let's see if we think alike when it comes to making an F1 team. Because when we watched the McLaren one, I disagreed.
Red Bull Racing invited me down to their...
If you didn't know, Tomo did one of these videos with Lando and Piastri. It was really cool. All right.
Red Bull Racing invited me down to their headquarters and gave me 10 minutes with Liam Lawson to film whatever I wanted. So let's bring his dream Formula 1 team to life. What kind of lineup will the Kiwi cook up? And most importantly, what will his team's livery look like? Well, my name's Tomo. Let's talk about it.
I reckon this will be very Red Bull centric. You know, he's not going to give PR answers, but he's very, like, you know, he's always been a Red Bull fan.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming. Oh, that was decent.
That was decent, yeah.
Right, okay, so 18 months ago, I did this video with Lando and Oscar. Today, I'm doing it with you. I want to build your dream F1 team, okay? First, there's rules. You can't pick yourself, all right?
Oh.
You can't pick yourself for team principal.
Oh, okay, for anything.
For nothing.
I'm out of the rank.
And none of your esteemed colleagues at Red Bull either, okay?
Oh.
It's the same rules with Lando. They couldn't pick each other. But obviously, there's two teams you can't pick from, right? Because I don't want any accusations of bias, right? We're taking away from the Red Bull pool here.
Okay.
But I think you genuinely pick Max. You genuinely pick
lineup.
Can't be Max.
2025. Can't be Max, can't be you, can't be Yuki, can't be Isaac, right? Starting with, what should we start with? Let's start with, the easy one actually.
Okay, this is good, right? Watching this interview with Tomo. When I watched my own interview back with Liam, the Cars video that did really well, by the way, I watched it back and I'm like, is Liam just like he always looks like really concerned. I'm like, is he just like not enjoying this? But he's doing the same thing with Tomo. I think it's just his resting bitch face, like when he's waiting to talk.
Start with, the easy one actually. Where's the team headquartered?
New Zealand.
Shock. Where in New Zealand? Talk to me a bit about New Zealand. Where you could actually see your race team, because there's a massive racing history in New Zealand, right?
There is, yeah. I think a prime location where it would be very well, you know, operationally it would be, you know, a very good location. I'd say it's probably Queenstown.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Party.
Yeah, I think, well, I just think, yeah, we'd get a lot of work done in Queenstown. Set up in front of the Remarkables, the mountains, just beside the lake, I would say.
Beautiful.
Yeah, the lake's beautiful.
Yeah.
I love it there.
I think, yeah, that would be headquarters of the team.
And you think a lot of work would get done?
A lot of work would get done.
Okay.
Yes.
Interesting. I'm not so sure it would.
No, probably not. But that's...
if this team fails, it's on your head,
I'm a big believer in, you know, a good lifestyle. What do you?
Yeah, it inspires.
It inspires.
Yeah, okay.
Great work. So if you're in a good headspace, which you can't really beat it, I think we'd get a lot of
Quick one, Oracle Red Bull Racing hooked me up with a 2025 cap to give away. It's not this one, this is the 2023 cap. Okay, this is mine. You don't want to wear this. This has my terrible hair in it. And they've also given me a Liam Lawson Yeti Cup to give away too.
I do one of them.
With the chance of winning, please leave a comment down below and let me know, how do you think Red Bull are going to do this season? Do you think there's anything people are overlooking? Are we underestimating Red Bull? Can Max make it a 5th? Will Liam make a big impression? I want to hear your thoughts and feelings. A well-considered post down below. You've got 24 hours from this video going live to make that comment, to be in with a chance. Now back to the video.
Obviously, it would be tricky from a, like, obviously most of the Grand Prix are in Europe. A lot of traveling about.
Great for the
Wait, I'm entering now. We're going to make sure we get in that 24-hour window. I want that Yeti cup. Give me. And then we're going to give the hand emoji. Hand. Where's the hell? Where's the handout emoji? Hand out. Where's the one like that? You know what I mean? You know where you put your hand out? No, wait, it's not available on fucking... What? Where's the handout emoji? Raise hand. No. I literally used it the other day on my phone. I know it exists. Bruh. We'll go with an exclamation mark. Exclamation mark's great. You gotta like the comment. Gotta like the comment. You always gotta like your own comment on YouTube.
Not bad for
that.
Japan,
Where's that?
Singapore,
And that's about it.
That's about it. Yeah. But
be tricky from there.
We need more teams based out of the UK. We do.
We need more based out of the UK.
Yeah. Outside of the UK.
I was like, we're all based in the UK.
Important caveat there. Outside of the UK.
Outside of the UK.
New Zealand. I love it. And Brad
Kiwi.
McLaren not running the Kiwi national anthem is a crying shame, but you would bring it back to the grid, not only as a driver when you get a podium.
You know what? If McLaren don't want to do it, that's cool. I'll do it.
Yeah.
My team will run it. 100%.
Okay, team principle. You can't pick Christian. You can't pick anyone from the. You can't pick Laura Mekies. You got to go for. And it could be someone old.
Unfair because if you like the other drivers, they just can't pick their own team. But I can't pick both VCarb and Oracle Red Bull Racing.
It's just, game's the game, mate.
All right.
I don't make the rules. I do make the rules.
Does it have to be a team principle in F1?
So Lando picked Jackie Stewart, for example.
Oh, okay.
So it could be anyone you think could do. Maybe it's like a old, maybe when you're in Super Formula or F3, F2, there was someone you thought, oh, they could be a really good. I would trust them.
My
to
dad.
Run that team.
I'm the type of person that likes to pick the right, the right
This
answer.
is an
and
important
I end up
decision.
sitting on things. That's a big call.
It's a big
Yeah,
responsibility.
same thing in the cars videos. Like, always wanted to give the right answer.
I'm not saying Finn, but Finn, what do you reckon?
Finn,
Team principle.
You're in.
Can be anybody.
Finn's a cool guy.
He's got to be good this time.
He's a fun guy.
Bring Gunter back. Yeah.
Bring Gunter back. We could. I mean, I reckon that could work.
Yeah.
I reckon that could work quite well.
Don't
Just
agree.
Don't smash any
Don't
doors.
agree.
No.
Don't smash any doors.
Set that expectation.
and you'd
Over.
be
Put that
okay.
in his contract so that
I'll answer.
there's no messing about with that.
No
okay.
messing about with
We've
doors.
got Gunter in Queenstown. I'm loving this already, man. This is great. Let's go drivers. Okay. Again, no one from the Red Bull stable. You want a driver pair you can manage. I want you to be like, try and be as like, who do I think actually work really well together and achieve like long-term success with? On the current grid, by the way, to 2025 grid as well. So we've got a lot of rookies knocking about.
It's really tricky, this one. Probably Charles.
Okay, yeah.
Probably put Charles in there.
Sure.
I thought he was going to say Lewis, but...
If I can't have Max,
you can't have Max.
then you got to go Charles.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're
I
saying
want a
Charles
rookie,
second best on the
honestly.
grid?
Like I
young
want to experience. I
prospects.
don't want two experienced guys. I like the experienced with the rookie.
You got Gabby, Ollie, Kimmy, Jack. Yeah.
Can it go?
Big up. Yeah.
Jack can be in there. He's
Australasian. Yeah. Close to home.
Close to home.
Decent. Charles and Jack Doohan. I like that.
Charles and Jack Doohan.
I like that.
That's my team.
And is it Jack Doohan with
He's
buzz
over
cut
that.
or long hair? Because I think they're two different.
I mean, I don't know what he's doing with the buzz cut, to be honest. I've tried to tell him so many times. So, part of the deal, Jack, is you can't shave your head. You have to have Ahead of here, and that's part of the deal of being in the team. Yeah.
Fair. And then final, most importantly, from my point of view, because I'm going to bring this to life.
Bro, why?
Livery. What we talking?
Why did he do the text like that? Why did he do the text? It looks like Leclerc doing Charles Jack.
Importantly, from my point of view, because I'm going to bring this to life, livery. What we talking? Color palette. What inspiration? Give me what I need to build this work of art.
Oh, it's really.
And I like your helmet, by the way. I think your color, your use of pink.
Yeah, pink and white together. I like it. It's just, it can be
that
overpowering.
pink though.
An entire car in pink and white. That's too much.
Yep.
I want a fully pink car.
I'd agree with that.
Pink helmet's cool. Couldn't do the full suit.
Yep.
Just the helmet.
Maybe it's a secondary color.
It's got to be a secondary color, or it's got to be. There's got to be pink in there.
Yep.
But it's got to be it's got to be small.
Yep.
On the car, it definitely can't be overpowering.
Cool. So white,
pink in there. And then that third color for me is going to have to be. Dude, I'm so sorry. I'm just really
used up all his 10 minutes.
Like a perfectionist on everything. But it could be like it could be a blue and pink go well together. It's got to be the right blue.
Okay, like a deep blue.
So either a deep blue or
And also flowing or blocky. The livery, flowing lines
flowing
or quite.
Lines.
Yeah.
Flowing lines.
Flowing
lines. Yeah.
That's all I need, Liam.
Flowing lines. Yeah, bit of pink.
Jobs are good. Un.
That's it. Yeah,
right,
we're going with that.
Bring it to life. But let's see what I can do. Let's see if I can actually make this.
Really interested to see.
I'm gonna send you a link, and then you can see what I've done.
Nice,
mate. Appreciate your time.
Thanks very much.
All
Thanks
the best.
For having me.
Good luck this year.
Thank you.
You'll smash it.
Okay. Different to what I thought he was gonna go with.
Here it is, my interpretation of the
I like
dream
that.
Liam sold to me. Do you reckon?
There's not enough sponsors, but
I got it wrong. So we're
I like this. That again, what this on his helmet is fucking amazing. That kind of moldy New Zealand kind of design, but in pink is amazing. I love that. The white and I feel like the blue needs to be darker. Same with when Thomas redesigned Red Bull livery. It's too bright of a blue. If that was navy, that's hot. Other than that, I just think we're missing sponsors on the front wing. I love it.
With a decent
look, that's way too plain.
Piece of white to this car with a deep blue, almost kind of on the purpley side. I wanted to go something fairly similar to what is on the Red Bull, but a bit brighter.
I feel this would slap on an F2 car.
The New Zealand flag. He's a very proud Kiwi, and there's lots of little hints and little shout outs to New Zealand in this livery. Now, pink is on the car, not too much. We've got a bit of pink on the nose, pink number, pink on the mirrors, the rear view mirrors, pink down the side, and then pink on the number here as well.
I feel like if he did the Red Bull logo on this, it would look so... This design with the Red Bull logo up here would look so good.
Of course, of Charles Leclerc. And you can see there's a pattern on the pink. Now, I believe...
He's even added the sponsors.
I've looked at Liam's helmet design. I've taken it from there. This is kind of a Maori-inspired pattern, I believe.
Tomo is cultured.
With the pink on his helmet, so I'm using that here. Again, this is the kind of main pink and white element on the side of the car. We've also got a little bit of it down here, and then his little star, which is part of his Lawson logo that you can actually see better over. Let's go around to this side over here. So this is Liam Lawson's logo from his website. Now, I'm not about to put Squarespace, okay? You're safe this time around. And I think that's a smart way of, you know, branding the team, right? I didn't ask Liam for a team name, to be honest, on this occasion, but I think Lawson GP, Lawson Grand Prix kind of works. Or just call it Lawson. You know, McLaren is just McLaren, Bruce McLaren, right? Shout out. So we've got that on the back wing with the little star as well. On the top of the air inlets on the sides. And most of the sponsors, I've not just randomly picked sponsors here. Most of them are listed on Liam's websites as a supporter at some point, at some stage in his career. They have supported what Liam Lawson does. So let's shout out them individually, starting of course with Rodin. We know he's got a partnership with Rodin, who are Kiwi-based Turners. Cumulo 9, KPMG, BGW are all brands. Porter Group as well on the inside of the front wing end plates. And you've got Porter Group Turners here as well. Dual Trap as well. I've made sure they all get a little shout out on this list.
I like the little Liam logo on the headrest.
It's important, especially when you're not from the UK, not from Europe. I know Australia and New Zealand do have a very established motorsport pedigree, but still you're asking these drivers to move over to Europe as kids, move away from everything they know. We've also got a big Oracle on the side pods, which is where it is on the main Red Bull car, and I've put them on the top of the rear wing. Without Oracle, this meeting would never have been able to happen, okay? And you'll see more this year as to what was actually going on at Red Bull on this day outside of just filming this Liam Lawson video, right? Of course, Liam wants to base this team in Queenstown, so we've got the little Queenstown logo down here, encouraging people to visit. A beautiful, I've been very lucky, I've been to Queenstown once before, many a year ago. What a country New Zealand is. I wish it wasn't so far away. Also, ID, they've been working with Liam on his Supra, okay? If you follow Liam on Instagram, he's got a very, very nice late gen Supra that they've been helping him with. Maybe his Forester as well. I'm not sure if ID have been doing that, but either way, Auto ID, you get a shout out there. And you come along to the side pod as well. Kathmandu, he's got kind of a personal deal with Kathmandu. They do kind of outerwear kind of stuff.
Wait, is Kathmandu not popular in overseas? Is it just an Australian New Zealand brand?
Zero.
I've never heard someone pronounce it Kathmandu.
I've heard of Zero. I think they're like accounting software, aren't they? They are the biggest company in New Zealand in terms of market cap.
Really?
I didn't know that before this, but I thought I'd chuck them on.
Never heard of it.
The
okay.
New Zealand silver.
Yeah, it's like
up here.
Like it basically does like. What's the best way to explain Kathmandu? It literally just does like cold wear. Like outdoor clothes. Like puffers and vests, travel bags, rainwear, trousers for hiking. It's literally just like an outdoor clothing brand. I thought it was overseas because it's very big back home. Like everyone just has a fucking, you know, like North Face. Everyone back home just Kathmandu.
As Kiwi and also Liam's little kind of icon logo here on the back of the headrest. Makes sense to put it there. The Red Bull logo down here on the side as well.
Pretty much, yeah, I think right, in Germany. Okay.
The bases covered. We've got a nice kind of flowing design.
I like this. I like this. I wonder what Liam thinks of it.
The real Red Bull. I like this with kind of a matte finish, to be honest. It almost looks a bit Moneytron-esque, doesn't it? Classic livery from back in the day. But yeah, what do you think? I've got to be honest. I'm actually really, really happy with this. I think I've smashed it out the park. Liam, what do you think, mate? Let me know. Have I inspired?
The livery looks kind of out there. That's what I mean. I think it would bang on an F2 or F3 livery. F1 it doesn't like feel luxurious enough, but I like it a lot.
Red Bull Racing for having me on the day. That was my first ever time in Milton Keynes at Red Bull headquarters. Pretty cool. And later on today, I'll be doing a live stream wrapping up all of testing, all 3 days.
Bang a bit, Tomo. Bang a bit as always.
My name's Tomo. Thanks again. Have a good one.
Yeah, banger. If you watched that on stream with us, click the link in chat, give it a view, give it a like. Dude, I feel like we've watched so much Tomo, but his livery redesigns are just so cool to just like watch and like break down with you guys and like rate. And then this video is really cool. Shout out Red Bull for giving him the opportunity to film with Liam. I like when teams get YouTubers and creators involved, especially someone like Tomo who like, you know, does like a unique concept and like, you know, he knew a lot about Liam, like his sponsors and like his car and like, yeah, it's cool. It's cool. So shout out them for letting me do the video. Okay, what was it you're gonna do? Oh yeah, what do you rate Tomo's Lawson livery? S, A, B, C, D. What do you rate it? What do you rate it? I think it's solid. I like it a lot. I think, again, missing a sponsor here. Would have loved the Red Bull logo just because Liam is a Red Bull athlete, Red Bull team driver. If he made his own team, I think Red Bull would back him. So I feel like got to have that up there. Well, then again, I guess it's a Liam team, not a Red Bull team. But I like it a lot. I like it a lot. I think this would look banging on an F2 and F3 livery. For an F1 car, it's kind of like... it's not as good. I think the blue needs to be darker. I would give it maybe like a B plus A minus. Solid. It's solid. It's solid. All right. Bang over that. Let's go back to testing though. Where were we? Yeah. That's a fun bit. I actually really enjoyed that. I feel like it's so much content in the F1 world is just so same old now Like even myself, sometimes you get roped into just doing the same stuff because it's like easy to do, or like you know what I mean? You got such limited time. That's why I was like really proud of the cars video that I did with Liam, even though some other creators literally did the idea the same week, the week after me. Just timing, bad timing, but still. You know, like Tomo getting drivers to create their own team and do the liveries, sick. I'd rather have that than the Haas or Sauber design. Yeah, I agree. It looks like something I would create in the F1 game. Is that a good or a bad thing? Anything crazy happened today? We had a red flag because of engine cover coming off from Haas. We had a glass break, which caused another red flag. Excuse me. Other than that, nothing too crazy. Max is at the top of the standings right now. Never heard that brand ever. Wow, okay. Probably in the UK as well, outdoor clothes, right. The blue has too much of a lilac undertone. Alonso is subbing in for Stroll. Oh, yeah, that just happened. Sorry, while that video was happening, I didn't want to talk about it and pause the video. Lance Stroll's hopped out of the car and Alonso's taking over. So it seems like Lance Stroll is actually too sick to drive. They ended up swapping Alonso and Stroll's morning session because he felt unwell. And now he felt unwell. And now Alonso's hopping in again. So Stroll not getting as much time in the car as other drivers because of that. Oh yeah, there's a bus on track as well, which caused a red flag. Forgot about that. 1 hour to go in testing. All right, guys, this last hour is going to be very interesting, I think. We're going to see a lot of different... we're going to see a lot of different cars. Sorry, a lot of cars coming out to do quick runs, I reckon. I generally not watched any of the actual testing, only the timing tower. Really? Have you not bought the like the broadcast this year, or just not even bothered to open it? Was that a shorter run from Max? What, the one that he set the fastest time for, or the one he just did? I wasn't paying attention. Sorry. Why was there a bus on track? I don't know. I think it was either like a tour bus returning, or I don't even know. It's weird. I'm surprised how many fans and like sponsors and stuff are at the track. I thought it wouldn't be that many people, considering it's Bahrain. You know, Spain's a bit of a different story. People just fly over real quick, but... There was a bus on track. Well, it wasn't like on track. It was like off the track, but it was during a live session, so they had to red flag it. Alonso was also saying he was unwell. Not great for Aston. Really? Yeah, that sucks that, you know, both the drivers aren't fully... what's the word? Not committed, but like fully... Not there 100%. No, I've been at work for most of it, actually. Right, okay. Now I'm building Lego and watching this. Ooh, what Lego? Which races are you going to? I've got no Grand Prix planned this year. I'd love to get to one, you know, whether it's on my own accord or through a team or a sponsor or whatever. But right now I've got none planned, so we'll have to wait and see. I mean, Silverstone will probably end up one that I end up going to, just because like it's local and I can go on like a Thursday or Friday or something. So we'll see how that plays out. But yeah. At the end of the day, I think this season's going to be bang. I don't want to fully focus on content. Not that going to one Grand Prix like affects content too much. You can actually get a lot of content, but it's just so much that goes into like time, money, and everything that goes into going to a Grand Prix. So nothing planned at the moment. Jurassic World T-Rex skull. Is that like a big one? I remember previous years, I was like, dude, when we do testing, next time I do a testing watch along, I need to like make Lego while we watch testing. And that would actually be good. Doing something whilst also watching testing would be elite. I can't wait for the new F1 Lego sets. Yeah, when do they come out? Because I know obviously there's the Duplo, there's the City, there's the Speed Champs, there's the Technic. When does everything come out? Something comes out in May. I think the Speed Champions have come out, right? Do you think 3 days of testing is enough? No. No, I've spoken about this a lot. I think it sucks that Formula 1's the pinnacle of motorsport and we're trying to watch the best cars out on track, but they only have 3 days to kind of... Like, I don't think... Formula 1 gives teams enough time to like experiment. You know what I mean? Like you're kind of like, all right, do your designs on the computer, do it in the wind tunnel, show up to the track, give it a go. You don't have a time to like bring a few different parts or designs to the track, try them out. Like, you know what I mean? Like I feel like there should be a test where it's just 3 days and every team just brings like 3 different cars. You know what I mean? Like, take Mercedes, for instance. They could bring a no side pod. They could bring a side pod. They could bring a medium slope side pod and then give it all a try. More private testing, maybe. Yeah, I would really like if F1 allowed teams to do more private testing. That way, teams can choose what track they want to go to, when, how they want to do it, and just limit the amount of track time they do. They come 1st of March. Oh, so a couple of days. What, the speed champions? I've already seen them in store, though. Or is that just like, they've just come early or some shit? Yeah, we've only had one red flag caused by a driver/team, right? And it was a fucking engine cover. Couple of days, bro. It's Feb right now. Wait, what? Isn't... Yeah, March 1st in a couple days. Wait, literally, it's tomorrow. March 1st tomorrow. That's crazy. Ah, I see. Lego's doing their stream tomorrow for the launch of the set. Wait, I missed something. Oh, there's a... It's roughly 25 centimeters tall. Okay. You're 5 hours behind me. Oh, I see. Okay, I get the joke now. Do Red Bull have 2 engine covers? Yeah, they brought 2 upgrades to the car today. They brought a front wing that has apparently the normal now looking front wing where the bottom bit hangs and isn't connected to the nose and it hangs. And they've also bought that like engine cover or engine exhaust thing that we've seen on a few teams now. Different to the other teams' designs though. Whilst Alpine and was it Alpine or at least Aston have that like grated design. Rebels is just like one exhaust. Jocelyn, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. By the way, guys, if you are enjoying the stream so far today, I know it's been a bit of a chill one, these testing streams. Just kind of chilling and watching. We're kind of now waiting for the end of testing now. Be sure to hit the follow button down below. We're 12 followers away from hitting 34,000. So if we can hit that by the end of today's stream, that would be elite. But yeah, thank you, Jocelyn, for the follow. The undercover coming off wasn't even a red flag. They got that under a yellow flag. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, see, I didn't watch the morning session, so not too sure. All right, guys, I'm going to be back in a minute. I'm going to quickly go toilet, grab a drink, because I'm empty. And then when we're back, it'll be the last hour of testing. So be right back. Who's came off? Haas, Ollie Bennett. Oh, my God. Alyssa. Just as I was about to leave. Imagine I left before that came through. Thank you for the 10 gifted. I appreciate it a lot, Alyssa. Thank you. Thank you. That is going to bring me some more energy to the stream for the last hour. Guys, if you got a gifted sub from Alyssa, say W's in chat. 2 subs away. What? From the sub goal? Oh, well, no, 1 sub. 1 sub from the sub goal. Thank you, Alyssa. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It means a lot. It genuinely means a lot. Especially on a stream like this, we're a lot more chill. Coming to support like that. I appreciate it. You gotta send a picture of that Lego now. You're distracting yourself from building the Lego. Who's came off? Yeah, Ollie Behrman's came off on the Haas. But yeah, thank you so much, Alyssa. We're now 1 sub away from that new sub goal. I feel bad because everyone just got ads as that happened. As soon as it's finished, I will. Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see it. Maybe I go get my Formula E Lego out from under my bed and I build that before the end of testing is done. All right, I need to go to the toilet. I'll be back. But Alyssa, thank you so much. I mean, I'm bad at thanking, so I just say thank you over and over again. So thank you. I appreciate it. Get your bags off the ground right now. Surely that makes you good at thanking, not bad if you say thank you and over again. Well, no, it's just like when someone like Alyssa or Casso or anyone gives a generous amount of subs or whatever it may be on the stream, it's like I obviously want to show my gratitude, but I just end up saying thank you over and over and over again, which is fine, but it's also like I don't know what to say other than just thank you. Like it means a lot. I think I'm someone who's like struggles to express my feelings, if that makes sense. Like I can express excitement, but I struggle to express like other feelings. I don't know. It's weird. So I end up just being like, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But then I also I don't want to just be like that guy or other streamers who are like, yo, thank you for the 10 bomb, W's in chat, and then move on. Because then I feel bad. I'm like, what the fuck? I don't want to move on from that. Albon is about to go to the top of the timing sheet. Can he beat Sainz's time from yesterday? Up to the top, 29.6. 3/10 off of Sainz's time. Dude, Williams look quick, man. Williams look quick. Obviously not championship level quick, but best of the rest quick. I love Albon's helmet so much, honestly. Who's going to end at the top of the timings? I don't know why some teams kind of like sandbag and throw qualifying. Like, I understand not wanting to be at the top of the timing sheets and giving people false hope, fans false hope coming into Australia and then doing at Australia and disappointing people. And then it being like setting expectations too high. But I also think it's a good positive. It's like a positive thing at the end of the season. At the end of testing to be like, we were solid. We end at the top of the timing sheets. Get your fans happy. Get your fans hyped. Get the backing behind you. I know it's a bit different for like a car. Like a car can't really get hyped and perform better. But at least for the team morale and the drivers. Excuse me. But like if Williams, even if they're not the best team, and the preseason testing with the fastest time or the most laps, that's such a positive look for the team. I feel like that can be so great for like, not that they're going to acquire sponsors in 2 weeks, but the sponsors are going to be happy. And yeah, Jimmy V has been cooking. Yeah, you'll see my championship predictions on Sunday. Williams is higher than what they used to be. And I don't want people to think I did that just because of testing. I genuinely thought they were going to be good. I think I had bumped them up maybe higher than what I would have, but testing has made me feel really good about them. I'm actually excited to see what Carlos can do for Williams. Yeah, exactly. Again, we're going to be talking about Williams. We're going to be talking about all the drivers, the teammate pairings, Drivers' Championship, Constructors' Championship over the next couple of days on the stream. So be sure to tune into those streams for that. Favorite helmet? Honestly, Zhou's helmet, his reserve helmet that he announced today is amazing. Perfect. I generally think that might be that might be top, maybe it's just recency bias. That might be like top 5 helmets I've seen. I love it. So if I can say Zhou, I'm going to say Zhou. Other than Zhou, Liam's is probably my favorite. No bias. No, it probably is bias, but Liam and Sainz are my top 2 this season. Who's your sleeper build of the season so far? Driver or constructor? Constructor is Williams. I think sleeper builds this season, constructor Williams, just because they finished second last year, and I think they're going to finish much higher than that. I'm going to say Merc, because I think people are definitely counting Merc out of the championship fight. I don't think they're going to be in the fight for the constructors solely because Antonelli's new, and Ferrari and McLaren look locked in. But yeah, I think people are forgetting, like, Russell is a multiple race winner last year, and their cars are not going to be bad. They're going to be in that fight. Again, not for the drivers, I don't think, not for the constructors, but going to be in there taking wins away from the other teams. So I'd say they're the top two constructor sleeper builds. Driver sleeper builds, Liam, I mean, he's just getting so much hate online. People think he's going to be worse than Perez, blah, blah, blah. I just don't think Liam has the mindset or the adaptability to be worse than Perez. We'll have to wait and see, but yeah, I think Liam's being underrated, and maybe Jack Doohan a bit. Again, Doohan's expectations by the fans are so fucking low. I mean, to be fair, I'm predicting Doohan won't do well, but I think he will do better than what people think. I don't know. Sleeper builds for other drivers. I don't really know. I think everyone's being fairly rated other than Liam, to be honest. Yeah, maybe Hedger a little bit. He's a bit under the radar just because he was kind of not gifted that seat, but kind of just like got that seat out of nowhere. Oh, my back is so sore, guys. Give them a chance before you really rule people out. Yeah, exactly. Hamilton's pretty nice. I don't like Hamilton's this year. I've always loved Hamilton's helmets, but this year it's just plain yellow. Like, it suits the car, but... Showing now Yuki will go for a quali run. He's done all race sims. Yeah, let's see. Right, Meki, people are being very open to prove himself. Very open. That's a troll. That's a troll. That's bait. That's bait. Jack is always ready because he's not even on his own GP poster. Yeah, that's generational hate. That is generational hate right there. I think Alpine would keep Jack for the season. Yeah, I saw your Instagram post. I genuinely agree with all of them. Let's look at it on stream. Grid Jokes posted, where is it? My F1 2025 predictions, but they get increasingly hotter. Okay, Carlos Sainz will beat Alex Albon. Yeah, I think that's definitely possible, especially with Carlos's how quickly he's adapted to the Williams. Norris versus Piastri will not be close in Norris's favor. I agree. I think this is probably a bit hotter than 20%. I think most fans who know Wheel know that Piastri still lacks that quality pace, still lacks that race pace. Equality consistency, I should say, lacks that race pace. And I mean, Norris is just on another level. You know what I mean? He's been in the sport for like, what, 4 years longer than Piastri? It just makes sense. But they do need to favor Lando at some point in the season, I think. Leclerc will win the World Drivers' Championship, but Ferrari won't win the World Constructors' Championship. Very possible. I do think if Leclerc wins the drivers, I don't think... Well, you know, Ferrari could be the best and win the drivers and not the constructors. But yeah, I think McLaren just have that better lineup right now. I think Lewis has to adapt to that Ferrari, which will cost him too much points. Behrman will be Rookie of the Year. Honestly, it could be any rookie. Genuinely. It really just depends how they do against their teammate. Antonelli will win a race. I think it's possible. I think it will happen potentially at one point. Hadja will beat Tsunoda. When you say beat, do you mean in like the teammate head-to-head? I don't think so. I think Hadja has the talent, but I don't know if he has the consistency at the moment to do that just yet. Duan will survive the season. I think this needs to be hotter. I think everything is pointing to Duan getting dropped before the end of the season. I don't think Duan's going to... The thing is, I think even if Duan doesn't do bad, if he doesn't beat Gasly at the start of the season, I think he's getting dropped. I don't want him to, but I think it's just like, unless he's like amazing, I think he's getting dropped. Ocon will give Haas their first podium. With how gamey Ocon is at getting like podiums at these races, yeah. But I think Behrman would do it, not Ocon. Soz. Lawson will not get sacked by Red Bull. What is this picture, by the way? Yeah, I agree. I don't think Liam will get sacked. I think he'll at least last the whole year, and then I can see him getting re-signed next year. Again, this is all hypothetical. We don't know. This is all just a prediction. We don't know, but my knowledge of Liam is he will adapt to that Red Bull good enough to at least get another year under his belt. And I think if you're Red Bull and Liam shows that he can adapt to the car, even if he's like 5/10 off max, if he doesn't spin, doesn't crash, shows that he can adapt to the car, it shows that he could hop in a new regular car next year and do the same thing. I don't think Liam is the future of Red Bull. And that's not just me saying because I'm a fan. That is because I generally think that will happen. Like, I think I am an F1 fan enough to know... I'm an F1 fan enough to separate my love for Liam from what I actually think. I think if for instance, if Bortoleto is in the Red Bull, I think I'd say the exact same thing. Like, Bortoleto in F1 and F2 has shown how good he can be. But the thing is, I can't say this about any other driver. No other driver has gone to a completely different series in DTM, completely different car, and basically won the championship. And then also gone to Super Formula and almost won the championship in their first seasons, whilst also winning races in the first races of almost every junior series they've done, because no one else has done that. Like, yeah, Liam isn't on the same level as a Piastri or a Leclerc or a Bortoleto in terms of consistency over season, but he's shown how quickly he can adapt. Kimi is the closest comparison. The only thing I will say about Kimi, though, is his entire career is karting and open wheel F3, F4, F2 cars, right? And again, I rate Kimi very highly because of his junior career, absolutely. But there's this little asterisk next to Kimi because he skipped F3 and went to F2. And in F2, he had a pretty mid-season. Very mid-season at best. And then he hopped in a Formula 1 car and crashed it on the first lap. If it wasn't for him crashing on the first lap, I would be saying the same thing about Kimi. And if it wasn't for him, you know, again, I can't sit here and be like, his F2 season sucked. Because it was his first year. You're not going to be good. But at the same time, it's kind of the up in the air. Like, did it suck because he's not good enough? Or did it suck because he was just so young? So that makes me worried about him getting an F1 car. If he had a mid F2 season, how's the F1 season going to fare? Whereas Liam has proven across multiple series, multiple categories, that that's not a problem. Even just like, you know, like Kim In-won put out a post today saying, like, it's crazy to think Liam's a rookie, like the confidence and just the chillness he brings to the paddock. It's just, he's built different, man. My favorite of all time is Hamilton 2020's helmet. Yeah, one of my favorite, if not my favorite of all time, is Lewis's 2021 Pride helmet. I think Alpine would keep Jack for the season. I feel he might say 2, then Colin for 26. I did not just read that comment saying Bortoleto will be Rookie of the Year. Nando, Rookie of the Year. Yeah, head-to-head. So yeah, probably you should have been 1,000,000%. I think Red Bull will give Lawson till the end of 26, even if he does bad. Even if he does badly. What if Yuki's doing really good, though? Because they've said how, like, Yuki's there ready. I know, it's interesting. I feel like when Liam first got announced, it was like, Yuki's there. Remember, Yuki will be there. And now kind of that Yuki buzz has kind of like died down. Like the Liam hate is still there, but the Yuki buzz is gone. Maybe once the season starts, that will change. Liam is staying until Max leaves and then he'll be #1 driver. W delays. I think even if they would consider a change, they clearly don't believe in Yuki enough to swap. Yeah. How much does Liam pay you? Nothing, man. He flips people off. It will keep the heat off Max. Give me the closest comparison. He did with GT3. Williams would like for the season to stop right here. Honestly, they're looking really good right now. Wait, did Max just improve? No, he didn't, right? Straight into the wall where the arrow and ant was. Like it was summoning him. Yeah, that was fucking hilarious. You know, it'd be good in your first year, F2 year, unless you're Gabriel Bortoleto and Charles Leclerc and George Russell and Oscar Piastri. You know, we've seen multiple drivers now come into their first year of F2 and do really... Even Ollie Behrman in his first year of F2. I honestly think it was the Prema. Because Ollie Behrman had a really good first F2 season. Second season was mid. Then again, he did miss multiple races because he was doing a F1 job at Baku and Saudi. 2013, Fernando Monaco helmet. Bortoleto is low-key under the radar because I don't think people are deeping his back F3, F2 titles. That's what I mean. Like, the casual fans don't really understand. Oh, Max up to the top, 29.5. Yeah, I think people don't realize, like, what Borletto did was what Piastri did, what Leclerc did, what Russell did. What do they all have in common? They're all fucking amazing talents. Oh, we went off track, so that time will get deleted. How did Premier get that wrong? Yeah, I don't know. Because they used to be the top team in F2 and F3. Pedro de la Rosa. If Liam does good and Yuki doesn't get that, Red Bull seat, and this could be Yuki's last season at Racing Bulls, and either he could move to a different team or he would go to a different series. And if that happens, it's green flag for Alvin Libler. I don't think Yuki would go to another series. I think Yuki would rather stay at Racing Bulls for another season than go to another series. But yeah, another team's definitely on the cards. Maybe a Cadillac. Who knows? People say Kimi is the next Max, and we will see it in Australia. He just needs to win it. Imagine. Well, keep in mind, Max didn't win his first race. Max won his first race at a top team. I mean, I guess Kimi's first race will be at a top team, but I mean, Lewis got a podium in his first ever race in Formula One, right? So, excuse me. Which team do you support first? So I never really supported a team in F1. If I did support a team, it was Red Bull. When I first got into F1, I was a Leclerc fan, just because he was the one that I like naturally drifted towards first. But yeah, I've always been a fan of the Red Bull brand my whole life, basically, well, since like the early gaming days. So when I got into Formula One, I think I was naturally drawn to Red Bull. The drivers, Max and Daniel, you know, Max being young, Daniel being Australian and his personality and Drive to Survive, the Red Bull livery, the Red Bull brand. So I'd probably say Red Bull is my favorite team, but you know, you don't really support teams in F1, if that makes sense. Like, you more support the driver. So Leclerc was my favorite driver, so. But if I had to support a team, it would have been Red Bull, I think. Will De La Rosa's Bahrain record be beaten? Wait, what's De La Rosa's Bahrain record? Their own delete times and testings. I'm fairly sure they were. Otherwise, everyone would just be going off track and saying the fastest fucking lap time. When I was a kid, I just support any team that could beat Mercedes. Yeah, I mean, that's the same with the 2021 season. Like, I loved Lewis. I loved Max. The only reason I supported Max on the 2021 championship was because he was the underdog. You know, like, if Max wasn't the underdog, I probably would have supported Lewis. So sometimes you do just support the underdog in situations. Came out was second in his first race and never saw a podium again. Yeah, that's crazy. Podium in your first race and then never got one again. It can only go down from here. $35 minutes left. Carl, give us some quick runs. Pedro. Oh. Do you have something to drink? I do. I have a milk drink. I'm so bad, man. I buy so many drinks, like, and then I just gulp them down. I don't sip them. I gulp them down, and then I just tear through so many drinks. Drinks are so good. I love drinks. Just being able to drink something So much better than eating. Water is underrated. I go through phases with water. When I was a kid, I first supported Alan Prost, then Senna, and then Schumacher, and now Verstappen. All the big dogs. You glory hunter. You, Nielsen, you glory hunter. So I drink more liquids than I eat, yeah. I just felt like don't get me wrong, a good meal is a good meal, but like I like, and it's probably because I'm addicted, but like I like just sipping on something and having something like nice in my mouth. You know what I mean? Whereas like with food, eating it all day, it's like it does fill you up, and like you have to use your hand and like eat it, and then your hands get all sticky. And I don't know, drinking's just elite. And food you have to cook. Drinks you just chuck in the fridge. You're solid. So I'm really bad with drinks. I'm genuinely addicted. I need to stop. Like I did my food shop for the week. Tuesday. I'm all out of drinks. Don't use a knife and fork. I more mean like when you're chilling at your desk or just chilling on the couch or something. When I started watching F1 in 2009, I didn't support any team, but I picked Sebastian Vettel as my favorite driver because I found him interesting as a driver. And then later when Seb moved to Ferrari in 2015, I started supporting Ferrari. And around 2019, I started supporting Max and Red Bull. Like they became my second favorites. And now I'm a half Red Bull, half Ferrari fan. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Like, it annoys me when people are like, yeah, you, like, I hate when people are like, oh, you're a glory hunter. Or, I mean, glory hunter can be valid in certain instances, but like, it's like, you just change teams because this, or you just change this because that, or like, how can you change who you like? And like, don't be wrong, when it comes to a sports team, I understand. Like let's say you grew up in Liverpool and you're a Liverpool fan. How do you just end up becoming a Manchester United fan? Like that, I think that's weird. Like, don't get me wrong, you do you. If you're generally connected to Manchester United, and cool, but like, I don't understand how you can grow up in Liverpool and then just be like, yeah, I'm gonna change teams. But when it comes to like, say, Formula One or UFC or like music artists or whatever, like, you know, again, like I got into the sport. Leclerc was the first driver that I like kind of felt connected to. He was, you know, I got to follow, my first year in Formula One was 2019, but Drive to Survive followed 2018, his first season. So I felt like it was a driver that I'd seen from the start of their career and I got to follow. But then over time, like, I still really, really, really like Leclerc, but I realized like, oh, maybe he's not as much of the driver I like as much as others. And then, you know, again, being able to see Max compete for the championship, the amount of respect I have for Max now, and then since joining Red Bull and like, you know, being around that environment and you know, following Red Bull a lot more closely, you really get to see Max's personality show. And like, you know, I think as well, like Max as a human being is very underrated. So for me, I feel very connected. Oh my God, that McLaren looks, speaking of connected, that McLaren looks connected to the track. With how much Max is underrated as a person, it makes me want to like him more because it's like, you know what I mean? Like, I've been able to meet him and see how nice he is, and everyone says how nice he is, that it's just like, when everyone hates on him, it's like, I don't know. It comes naturally, you know what I mean? It's the same with Liam. Like, naturally as a Kiwi, someone my age, you know, again, the first driver I ever interviewed, super chill. I've been able to, like, you know, I got to chat with him for 20 minutes behind the scenes, just, you know, like, and you just naturally get drawn to someone. And, you know, some people might not be able to meet drivers, but it's what they see online, you know. Someone might watch the Lewis Hamilton interview and absolutely love the interview. And then people will be like, yeah, but why don't you like this driver? It's like, well, maybe I just didn't see the interview from them. Everyone likes every drivers for different reasons. So anyways, my point was, it annoys me when people are like, well, how do you just change the drivers that you like? Or how do you just change the UFC fighter like? Or how does you just change your favorite music artist? It's the same reason you change friends that you have. Like, yeah, you might have your best friend for the rest of your life. But I'm going to guarantee 99% of people don't have the exact same two friends their whole life. Friends come and go. Your personalities come and go. And it's the same thing with sports. Sometimes you'll like a driver more because they're at a top team. Sometimes you'll like a driver less because their personality changes and they're just weird. I don't use a knife to eat in so long. I just use a fork in my hand. That's what it's there for. Fork in hand. Yeah, dude. Whenever I go to a restaurant and there's like chips, like fries, I just use my hands. And then people are like using their fork. And I'm like, why? What's the fucking point, bro? Just say you only support Max for the Rebel. Shut up. RB and Sauber pace look stinky. Yeah, V-Car being down the bottom. But not the bottom, but they mean near the back. I mean, Haas also don't look great. I'm a science fan, so I'm doubling up on the antidepressants this year. Fair. I don't really support anyone in a way that I'm really sad when they DNF or something, but I like Bottas, but I kind of just like support everyone defending on the racing fan at the time. Yeah, that's the thing. At the end of the day, I'm an F1 fan at heart. I think maybe if I'm being completely honest, like genuinely, yeah, if I'm being completely honest, I do think I'm maybe leaning more towards a Liam Red Bull fan let's say the last year. Maybe since like midway last year. Since I went to probably Austria, right? I think I'm leaning more towards being a Red Bull Liam fan in the sense of when Max or Liam do bad, I feel sadder. And when another driver does well, I don't feel as excited as I used to be. But I still think I am a F1 fan at heart, meaning like, you know, I've said this so many times, and people who've watched me for years know this. Like, if it's Max versus Kimi Antonelli for the win in Australia, I obviously am going to be happy if Max wins, and I want Max to win. But low-key, I'm going to be cheering for Kimi because I am a fan of F1, and to see an 18-year-old win in their first race of the season, who wouldn't want that? You know, again, if it's Max versus Lewis Hamilton for the championship, of course, I'm going to be happy that Max wins. But at the same time, who wouldn't want to see fucking Lewis win their 8th? And that's where I'm like, I think I'm an F1 fan at heart. I want to just see good racing, and that's all that matters. Like, I would rather see Lewis win his 8th or Piastri win his 1st in an amazing fashion than Max or Liam win in a boring fashion. And then, you know, some people might be like, oh, you're a fake fan then. Well, no, I'm a fan of the sport. I've got my favorite drivers and my favorite team, but I'm a fan of the sport. And that's where I think some people genuinely just love, like again, 2024 season, Max wins. It was a great season, but people still sit there and go, blah, 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 blah. It's like, bro, you just love that driver. We get it. Wait, let's not kid that the season was boring. Will we see a Leclerc championship before Shrek 5? When did Shrek 5 come out? Oh my god, so right. Ted somewhere in the pit lane has sent Paul Aaron a cookie recipe. What? Wait, Skype closed today. Microsoft has announced the permanent shutdown of Skype. Effective May 5th. After 21 years, rest in peace. I mean, look, Skype, it was a load of shit. It was probably one of the companies that did not adapt to the times. It was such a pioneer video, you know, it's like literally the first video calling platform that everyone used. There's probably people in chat right now who've never used Skype or heard of Skype in their life because they're too young. Because it literally was like the GOAT for like 1 to 2 years. But yeah, it literally just didn't adapt to its time. The video quality sucked. Everything about it sucked. But it's crazy to think, like, it's gone, man. It's going. How Skype didn't capitalize on the pandemic is beyond me. Oh. Have we heard a spin? Hey, he's going again. Who's that? Ocon? Noob. Make sure he doesn't stall. But the thing is, though, good jokes. Skype was well and truly dead before COVID. Like, Skype, what year was it? Like 2008, 2009? Everyone used Skype. to video call. It was like the boomers were like, oh my God, we can video call our family overseas. It's insane. And like me and my friends would play like Wizard 101 and Club Penguin on Skype. But then like after 2 years, Skype just like died. Like, like you had TeamSpeak, you had face on phones, FaceTime existed, and then on PC, like was it Cursefire? No, Cursefire, Curse, TeamSpeak, and TeamSpeak became popular, and like even to the point where like TeamSpeak's dead now because Discord adapted. Tech companies are weird, man. If I had 3 people to choose to win this year, I'd want it to be Max, Lewis, or Charles. How used it to talk to friends while playing Minecraft, yeah. Yeah, true, the early Minecraft days as well. Actually, Skype probably lasted a bit longer than I'm making it out to be. I remember using Skype in my old house and then also using it in my new house for a bit. It wasn't until I discovered TeamSpeak that we moved on from Skype. Maybe Skype was like a really big thing for like 4 years. 5 years, I guess it's a long time. But it died so quick. You know what I mean? Again, once FaceTime existed, Skype on phone dead. Skype on iPad dead. As soon as TeamSpeak kind of became popping in the gaming community, Skype died. The only people using Skype would have been the boomers who needed to use a PC to call someone. We used Skype in homeschooling. Playing Minecraft on the boards in 2013, 2015, talking on Skype. That late? What, really? Was Skype that late? I feel like I was using TeamSpeak by like 2013. Maybe some people just weren't aware of TeamSpeak. They're giving Aaron the pre-race seat, Lando and Charles treatment. Aaron 2030 World Drivers Championship. We will be there. A Red Bull looking good. They've been looking better. I mean, they're at the top of the standings. They're 2/10 off of the time sign set. Oh, wait. Max just went back up to the top, right? I mean, they could have had a resurgent, like with Zoom popped off during COVID. Yeah, true. Skype was well and truly sitting at 8th place in the list of messaging apps. I knew about TeamSpeak because of those Minecraft videos where hackers would have to share their screen and the mods would look through your PC, right? Yeah, TeamSpeak. No, TeamSpeak was weird. TeamSpeak was... Actually, that's probably why. TeamSpeak was a free app, but if you wanted your own server, you had to pay for the server, but it was like $1 a month. It was really cheap. But TeamSpeak quality was so good to the point where when Discord came out in 2016, 2018, me and my friends didn't merge to Discord until years after. I don't think I started to use Discord until 2021 when I started streaming and stuff because TeamSpeak quality was so good. Even today, Discord's quality is shit. It doesn't balance people's audio out. So like, someone could be whispering and then someone could be shouting and like, you know what I mean? I don't want to have to adjust everyone's levels and like everyone's different volumes all the time. TeamSpeak did such a good job of compressing everyone's voice, but the quality was so good. Like if you talked on TeamSpeak with this mic, it would sound like this mic, whereas in Discord it like muffles it and shit. I generally still think Discord could be so much better than what it is, but in terms of talking. But was it Curse? I think Curse was the other one that like everyone used like before TeamSpeak in the early like WoW days. Yeah, is Curse voice still a thing? Oh, Max is round. Whoa, Max has just done a huge fucking burnout. Gotta go change those tires. Rare spin for Max. They still use it in CS tournaments? Yeah, exactly, because it's fucking good. Anything cool happened? Max literally just spun. What? Anything happened cool today? We've had a red flag because there was a bus on track. We had a red flag because glass broke on the timing, on the flag tower. Ollie Behrman's fucking engine cover broke off. I think that's it. The Louis Vuitton writing with like the yellow smudges looks weird, in my opinion. In IMHO. Sorry, I missed a message in the chat, guys. Sorry. What happened to all the viewers? Well, YouTube's obviously like a secondary. So how's it going, Nick? Yeah, obviously the YouTube live stream's second to like my Twitch stream, so the viewership's always going to be less on a YouTube stream. But also, it's the third day of testing. You know, it's kind of like people have seen and talked about what they want. So you know, the viewership in testing is always going to like fade over the 3 days. But Australia in a couple weeks will be popping again. I love keeping us up. Rise. What's up, Juice Box Play? Sorry, I missed a little message in the YouTube chat. Max had nice speed with Lando. This 3 will rock. Yeah, I agree. What's up, Anan Aki? X-Fire? They're covering Hamilton's garage like that? Yeah, so whenever the floor comes off the car, they're allowed to put the boards up. Do you guys remember the days in testing where teams could put the, or even in practice sessions, where the teams could put the barriers up in front of the garage whenever they wanted? Then they changed it where it's like you can only put it up in front of the garage if you're taking the floor off, because it's so much better to look inside the garage than to just be staring at a fucking blank wall. I miss when teams unveiled their liveries on day one of testing. Do you miss it, or is it more just like nostalgia? Because I feel like that's so like boring now looking back. I don't see the problem with it. It's just their car. Just let them hide it. Yeah. Nah, I get you, but I feel like Formula 1 is a sport and we need to see what's going on. And I think watching the mechanics work on the car is really cool. I kind of like that rule of only doing it when they got the floor off. I don't get why anyone would elect to drive both sessions instead of just doing 4 hours each day. Yeah, I don't understand the reason for it, Larry, either. Because one, it's going to be way more draining, 8 hours in a car at those G-forces. And two, I feel like I'd rather have 4 days in the car and then like debrief and be like, all right, what can I bring to tomorrow? Rather than like Liam yesterday, all day he's just driving. And now he might be like, fuck, I want to hop back in the car and try this and try that. Does anyone know the reason why they do full 8-hour days instead of splitting into 4? Because the only teams that did it this year was Sainz and Albon and Liam and Max. Wait, what happened to the thing where the FIA said you had to announce what upgrades you put in your car in a show and tell kind of way, so you'd roll it out of the pit lane and let people see? I vaguely remember that, but I don't at the same time. Less work for the mechanics. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Let's say you've got let's imagine Ocon and Yuki in the same team. During lunch, you'd have to change the brake pedal. You'd have to, every driver would have to change the brake pedal position and the, stuff like, and the seat position for their driver, regardless who it is. But imagine it's fucking Yuki and Ocon, right? You'd have to change the pedal distance. You have to change, this height and that height and this, that, and the other, and add the weights in. It's just, extra work. That's a good point. I get wanting to do the full last day. The car is going to be the closest to the first race. Yeah, true. I hope Red Bull end at the top of the session here, even though it's not an amazing time. It took Aston over an hour to get Stroll's car back suitable for Fernando, for example. Yeah, true. Yeah, this is what you're talking about. I vaguely remember it, right? What first show and tell reveals about F1 teams' upgrades? Formula 1 teams now have to make all their upgrades publicly obvious in what the series chief Ross Brawn has called a show and tell. When was this written, by the way? 2022. Before Friday practice at each Grand Prix, each team must make their latest version of their cars available to the media with a team representative with a selection of teams each weekend and ordered the same qualifying. Maybe it's just a show and tell in the sense of like they must release. Maybe this is just a show and tell in terms of the like listing the upgrades and listing it, showing it to the FIA and listing it to the media. Maybe it's not a show and tell to the public. One second, I'm gonna close my curtains. It's very bright. Bro, Crofty, man. Is Crofty ever not talking about absolute shit? Crofty has never bought his stuff to talk about all the time. I mean, that's true. That's true. But also, Alex Jackson, Julian Palmer never ran out of things to talk about, but it was all F1 related. The thing is, though, like these random stories that Bernie and Ruth are talking about are related to F1 and their experience. Whereas Crofty's just like, yeah, you know, like my kid said this about Max Verstappen, and it's like, and then I was just like, yeah. You watching IndyCar this weekend? Yeah, I think I'll put it on the TV and watch on the side, but I won't obviously be watching on stream. Like, I wasn't even paying attention, but I just heard him talking about the toilet, and then Bernie's like, oh, sorry, I didn't understand what you meant. And then he's like, oh, Bernie. And it's like, bro, everyone's laughing at you. Why are you laughing at Bernie? Bro, he threw from Bernie on the mic is a damn treat, yeah. I have a feeling next year, with the amount of criticism Crofty's been getting the last couple seasons, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a commentary split next year. Especially Martin's getting old. He's not showing up to as many races now to do commentary. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a Crofty Martin duo for half the season and a Karun Chandok Harry Benjamin duo for half the season. Sup, R7? 12 minutes of testing. Wow, Albon's done 128 laps today. God damn. How much has Red Bull done? Wow, Max has only done 73 laps. 50 less laps than Albon. Just replace Brundle with Brundle. Easy. Okay. I wouldn't be surprised if he just retires. I don't think Crofty would just retire. He's still quite young. How old is he? Like 40? I feel like 30s and 40s. I feel like if you're like 33 to like 45, everyone just blend. You just blend in. Everyone just blends in. It's one age. When's he been putting in work this week? Yeah, they're killing it. Bro, I'm so tired. I got killed with homework today. How's testing been? It's been okay. Same as yesterday. Kind of less things to talk about. Not as much going on. I'm excited for the season now. Crofty commentary is more suitable for the casuals though, so perfect for Sky. F1 TV is more for the diehards, so in a way, Crofty's a good fit. No, that's what I said. I see why people like Crofty, and I can see why. I like Crofty as well, and I loved Crofty when I first got into the sport, but now I'm starting to be like, I need more, you know, and that's where like F1 TV is for me, and we're gonna be using F1 TV this year. It just randomly appeared on my computer, and we did a little test at the start of today's stream. Work, so F1 TV it is for me. Excuse me. What's happening to the Haas? Yeah. I mean, at least Ocon's in 11th right now, but again, Behrman in last. His engine cover blew off. Thank you, Kroon. I hate when Crofty gets criticized. Not criticized like that. Did you hear that? Karoon's like, all right, let's try bring it back to testing now for the last 10 minutes. And then Crofty's like, I tried to do that before, but it's like, No one cares, Crofty. Karoon's just trying to bring it back. Crofty's 54. Wow. See, he treats it too much like a podcast. Just talk, Crofty. She asked the question, talk. Okay, so Ruth just asked, who's going to be the happiest and the least happiest after practice testing? Karoon said McLaren's the best. Will be the happiest. I can see that. I think happiest will be McLaren, Williams, and maybe Merck. Least happy. What? Why would Ferrari be the happiest? Because Hamilton's been integrated well, I guess. Okay. Least happy, I mean, Haas, maybe just because they're times, but then again, like, we haven't really had like a good showing of them. Maybe Racing Bulls, maybe Sauber. I don't know. Wow, they're saying Ferrari the happiest as well. Oh, here we go. Piastri's saying fast laps now. Purple sector 2. This is it. The last 8 minutes is going to be good. Yeah, it's a good shout. Aston Martin, least happy team. They're way down, not really doing much. So Behrman had 12 hours of testing and Haas didn't make him do a single quali sim. I mean, yeah, they probably just wanted to focus on race pace considering their quali was good last year. Ocon just went up to 8th. Did no one choose the C4s and C5s? There's a few C4s out on track. Ferrari won't be sad, but a bit underwhelmed. Really? These guys were just saying Ferrari will be the happiest. Alpine will be happy as well, you reckon? Red Bull at least happiest. They've had a lot of issues. Oh, least happiest. Yeah, they've had a lot of limited run time. Here we go, Russell. Purple Sector 2, matching Max right now. This is the funnest part of testing, the last 10 minutes. Stroll's not driving anymore. He got sick, so Alonso's had to hop in the car. Who's going to end on top? There you go. Russell goes up the top by 20 milliseconds. Fuck, we should have done a poll for who's going to end the session on top. No one's going to bring out a red flag now, surely. Are they happy because of Carbon wants to lose strategies? Yeah, true. I mean, Ferrari, there's been rumors that they're not been as strong as people thought. Their new car. Would have loved to see Felipe sub in again. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't do that. I wonder if everyone had to use their main driver. Yeah, true. I forgot the safety car test will happen in a minute. Yeah, I would love to see Felipe in the car. See, these guys are smiling. Simone Resta. My worry is Aston Martin put all their time into 2026 and then it's not even good. Science 29.3, 34. Damn, it's crazy how the first day was so much slower than today. Just goes to show how much testing runs were being done on the first day, but also how much better setups and stuff get over the days. I thought 2023 Bahrain could have been it. Fair play to Lance, got P6 with that hand, yeah. True, it rained. Forgot it rained on day one. All right, come on, Max. Quick lap before the safety car stuff. John has done quite well considering the amount of discouragement he has received through the offseason. Yeah, I mean, this is the best time to kind of iron out that rust. I mean, he's a little bit off of Gasly right now, but I mean, again, it's just testing. Wonder if Ferrari have a big issue to not send Hamilton out at the end. Yeah, maybe, or maybe they're just like, I don't know. I get you, like, at this point, you may as well be on track because, like, what are you in the car? What are you in the garage doing? Doing a setup change for what? There's no more testing left. Has the FIA fully understood where's the test? Usually do it at the end. Man, no loss on track. Red Bull already given up on him. True. Couldn't all these times improve on the actual race day, though? Oh, absolutely. Better setups, higher engines, blah, blah, blah. I mean, engines play a big part. You know, people turn down their engines for testing. Ferrari had the screens up. Yeah, true. Actually, they've had the screens up for like a good half an hour. So maybe, yeah, they did have an issue. All right. That sucks, man. I didn't know that. Bernie just said we teams can't really bring two front wings and test them, or two side pods and test them. That's probably the worst thing about the budget cap. Pucci had just too good, man. Rage baiting. See, the thing is, you guys who are in chat a lot, I know you guys are when you guys are baiting. But yeah, Pucci still does it well. Pucci doesn't even rage bait, he just trolls now. We're getting some racing. If we were giving a prediction, where do we think Lewis could really end up in the Constructors' Championship? You mean the drivers? You have to wait till Sunday. You have to wait till Sunday for my drivers' predictions. City love from Philippines. What's up, CD Crust? All right, guys, final minute now. Wait, I just realized my time is completely off. Oh my god, apologies. How is it that far off? At this point, it doesn't even matter. How have I not noticed that? I don't even know why I just paused it to fix the timer. But I was like 15 seconds delayed. The fuck? No justified trailer. We might get in 1 minute. We might get in 1 minute. But yeah, guys, 30 seconds left of testing. Thank you all for watching 3 days of testing me. The full 9 hours on the first day, 4 hours yesterday, and 4 hours today. Yeah, obviously, the last 2 days of testing haven't been as good as I thought. I genuinely thought there was going to be a lot more to talk about, a lot more kind of people chatting and interested in testing, but across everyone's socials, you know, Twitter, Discord, my Twitch, other people's Twitch, I feel like not as many people were talking and like buzzing about testing like I expected. But wait, is it actually out? It is. It's out. It's out. The Drive to Survive trailer's out. All right, we're going to watch that in a minute. Guys, we're going to watch that in a minute. Stick around. Stick around. Stick around. All right, we'll wrap up testing, though. We'll wrap out testing. But what I was saying about testing was, you meant it as bait? Oh, it actually came out. I knew they were going to do that. On Friday, after testing, that's the next big thing for the F1 world. All right, we're going to watch it on stream. Stick around. Stick around. But anyways, come back to testing. Yeah, I feel like there wasn't as much buzz for testing as I thought, but maybe that is just the way testing is. You know, the casual fans aren't interested. The diehard fans are kind of like, knowing that testing doesn't really mean much. And yeah, I think, like, I'm just surprised there wasn't more people talking about it. Either way, while some things are maybe, like, spoiled, like seeing cars on track for the first time and maybe knowing a little bit of a pecking order, it's still so exciting coming in to Australia, not knowing what anything could be, where anyone could be, and, you know, is Merc best, is McLaren best, is Ferrari best, is Red Bull best, where's Williams, who's worst? It's going to be so good. But yeah, the final minutes now of testing and wrapping up. Ooh, look at the purple Flovers on the Mercedes. That is nice. But yeah, so Sainz ends preseason testing. Can you believe it? Sainz and Williams ends preseason testing with the fastest time. Who got the most laps? I guess we'll get all the information over the next couple of days. But who did the most laps in total from teams and who did the least? Surely Aston Martin did the least, right? How do you rate testing from 1 to 10? I rate a solid 6. Yeah, 6. Testing's always like a 6. But for the first time in a while where I've read Charles and I thought Prince of Charles instead of Leclerc. Prince Charles instead of Leclerc. Wait, really? All I know is Piastri and Lawson 1-2 in Australia. We pray. We pray. Charles on the thumbnail. Yeah, we're going to watch the Drive to Survive trailer, which just came out right now. So stick around, guys. Final laps now of testing. That's right, final race starts of testing. All right. Red Bull probably going to be around P6 in Australia at this rate. Can't lie. No. See, that's bait. That's bait. I know you're baiting with that one. So let me get this clear. We got 3 days of testing. We had no reliability issues. Yeah. Great point, Super Argent. No reliability issues. No red flag caused from a driver or a car. Wild. Well, I mean, obviously we had the little like stuff like Alonso had some issue with his pedals and like Red Bull had the water cooling, but like no on-track problems. Wild, man. Just goes to show how far the engine freeze came. Anyways, guys, that is going to wrap up testing for today. YouTube gang, we're going to stay live over on Twitch. Come join us. We're going to watch the Drive to Survive trailer and break everything down from the trailer. So come over to the Twitch channel. But yeah, guys, if you enjoyed, hit the follow button down below. Hit the subscription button down below if you're on YouTube. Appreciate you guys all joining me for all 3 days of testing, preseason testing in Bahrain. Next time we are live doing a watch along for Formula 1, it will be practice 1 at the Australian Grand Prix. Very early in the morning at UK time, but still, it is going to be so good. So be sure to tune on in. Tomorrow, we're going to be doing our teammate head-to-head predictions. On Sunday, we're going to be doing our championship predictions. Next week, we're going to be doing a Drive to Survive watch along. But yeah, YouTube gang, join the Twitch link. Thank you all for watching today, and I'll see you guys. Yeah, I'll see you guys for practice 1 in Australia.